कोणी सुरू केलं?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sushil Kumar sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Recording कोणी सुरू केलं?
Namaskar sir, Karthik sir, is everything ready to share with YouTube live?
Yes, sir. Done.
Uh,
Started.
Right, yes, alright. Latane sir, please check once who is remaining and we start.
Yogesh sir is, I think, remember. He will join in 5 minutes.
But
11.
This day is in the meeting, sir.
yes, sir. Yes, the Kulkarni or Ganesh sir, please inform to once to participate to remind regarding link and all these things. Nagendra Nath sir having some issues. Please call anyone. Karnika sir, please call to Nagendra Nath sir. He's having some Microsoft issue. Gaikwad sir, shall we start?
Yeah, please start.
Yes. Pallavi madam.
Yes, sir. Good morning. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Shall we start, Badodekar sir, Latane sir?
Yes, madam.
I'll start the recording. Yes.
Department, Dr. Kalage sir, Head of Electrical Department, Professor R.S. Badodekar sir, Head of IT Department, and Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Head of Applied Science Department. We are having our organizing team as Professor Latane sir, Professor G.M. Gaikwad sir, Professor Kulkarni madam, Professor K.S. Mulani sir, Professor V.D. Raskar sir, and Mr. Ranjit Sadhbhai. This summit is having technical partners as ML Technologies, Dynamistry, and Rucha. Along with that, we have media partners Rajrang Times and Prabhat. We are very thankful to our technical partners and media partners. This is our department organizing team, who is consisting of all the professors from Department of Information Technology. Followed by that, we all want a blessings of Ma Saraswati. So we will have a lamp lighting and blessings of Saraswati Vandana.
No adding.
Okay. We are very sorry.
Share once again. Computer voice is not.
Yeah, you need to enable computer voice.
Before sharing, add a device. Add.
In audio, you have the option of
Computer audio.
in computer audio enable.
I request Kulkarni madam to kindly share the screen and please proceed.
No issue, ma'am. We are always blessed by Saraswati Ma. You can proceed.
Sir, please just a moment. We're trying.
Hello, screen is visible, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Screen is visible.
Madam, shall I?
Yes, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
I directly speak, ma'am.
Yes, madam, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yes. या कुंदेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिर्देवे सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा निःशेषजाड्यापहा. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam. Now, after blessings of Ma Saraswati, now we will announce that we have welcomed and inaugurated our e-summit. Thank you so much. The inauguration by Dr. Bayan Singh sir, Professor, IIT Kanpur. Followed by the ceremony, I request Dr. M.S. Gaikwad, sir, Principal and Campus Director, Sinhgad Institutes, Lonavala, to accept our virtual bouquet and share your thoughts here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very good morning and warm welcome to all of you. Indeed, it is my privilege and honor to welcome today's chief guest for this inauguration function, Dr. Y.N. Singh, Professor, IIT Kharagpur, right. Mr. Shailendra Vadile, Associate Consultant, TCS, Mr. Sandeep Mali, Senior Engineer Lead, Persistent System, Mr. Suresh Khule, Senior Quality Assurance Automation Engineer, UST Global Pune, Mr. Manoj Vadile, Senior Consultant Specialist, HSBC Software, Mr. Atul Pagare, Software Engineer, Janser Technologies, Mr. Vishal Narayankar, Assistant Consultant, TCS, Mrs. Saroj Dayal, Software Developer, TIAA GPS Private Limited. Also, today's esteemed resource persons, Mr. Tejasri Bari, Mr. Suresh Sushil Kumar, Mr. Ashutosh Srivastav, Mr. Manikant Roy, Mr. Yogesh Dahe, you are heartily welcomed on behalf of Department of Information Technology of SIT and Sinhgad Technical Education Society, Pune. Also, other dignitaries, principals of different colleges who have joined this inaugural function, Vice Principal of SIT, heads of all the departments, the members of the organizing committee, our associate and supporters, both media and technical wing, students clubs of the IT department, my faculty colleagues, and all dear participants. Once again, on behalf of SIT, I welcome you all for this prestigious e-summit. At the outset, I appreciate the efforts taken by the Department of Information Technology for organizing this national level e-summit on very important and current topics. E-summit on emerging trends in IT business applications. It's a pleasure to see they are not restricted just for the discussion on emerging trends, but the current technologies, emerging trends, and their applications pertaining to the private and government organizations. That is a good part of it. I said a lot of efforts are taken for last few days by all the organizing committee, and that is reflected in about 400 participants across the nation. They are going to take benefit of this e-summit. For last few years, we are talking about the emerging trends in information technology or in technology in general, I will say. A big list is there, but few important to mention. Artificial intelligence, IoT, machine learning, robotic process automation, edge computing, blockchain, quantum computing, virtual reality and augmented reality, and so on. If you're looking at the particular technology or development in isolation, probably it may not be that much effective and useful also. So always we have to think convergence of all such technologies, or we can call it as integration of all these. And we should go for exploring different applications. Though today you are going to talk about applications with reference to the private and government organizations, it can be extended to all the fields. And in particular, the last section of the society to address their problems, what way we can utilize this integration of the technologies. Huge applications, very wide domain is available for implementation of such integrated technologies. And it is underlined by the current scenario of the pandemic situation. Probably tomorrow it may be only such convergence of the technologies or integration of technologies may serve almost or may occupy almost all applications, possible applications required for the development of human being. And on such a topic, important topic, you are organizing e-summit. Looking at the eminent speakers, guider, you are made available for the interaction and discussion. I'm sure that whatever the participants are joining this program, this summit, all students, faculty members, researchers, and persons from corporate world, definitely they will take benefit of it and enjoy the summit. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries, all the participants, my colleagues, organizing team for this e-summit. My best wishes for the summit. And I'm very much thankful to the organizing committee, head of the department and his colleagues for giving me an opportunity to be part of this prestigious e-summit. And I also express my sincere thanks to all the organizing committee for organizing national level e-summit. Thank you. It's over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. As usual, your words are very, very motivating. Thank you so much for all the guidance and motivation to all of us. With this note, now we proceed for our next dignitary. I request Dr. D.D. Chaudhary, sir, Vice Principal, Sinhgad Institute of Technology, Lonavala, to accept our virtual bouquet and share your views.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for a very nice bouquet. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries, all the honorable guests, all the principals of the STS from Pune and from the Lonavala campus, all the guest of honors, all faculty members from all over India, and faculty of the IT department and SIT Lonavala, and all the students participants over here. So definitely it was very difficult to collect all these technocrats at one platform, but IT department has done this. So once again, I congratulate the IT department and I appreciate the efforts done by the organizing committee. So I hope that this will be the grand success, and what we want to achieve that to propagate and explore the knowledge for all the stakeholders. So without wasting time, I hope that we want to listen from the our honorable guest. So once again, I welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you. Hello. Hello.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes. Thank you so
Yes, sir.
much, sir, for all the enthusiasm which you have given and for all the period of time. So thank you so much. Now proceed with that. Now I request Professor R.S. Badodekar, sir, Head of IT Department, to accept this virtual bouquet from department side itself and share your views, sir.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, madam, I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good morning to dear all. Welcome to this e-summit organized by Department of IT, Sinhgad Institute of Technology, Lonavala. Honorable Chairperson, Dr. M.S. Gaikwad, sir, Campus Director, Sinhgad Technical Education Society, Lonavala, and Principal, Sinhgad Institute of Technology, Lonavala. We have guest the Yogesh Tople, sir, respected Yogesh Tople, sir, Associate Vice President, Mindtree Technology Limited, Tejasri Bari, Technical Officer, IIG, Mumbai, Sushil Kumar, sir, System Manager, IIG Mumbai, Vivek Patil, sir, co-founder of Dynamicity, and Ashutosh Srivastav, a software architect from the Dynamicity, NK Singh, sir, from IIT Kanpur, he is the senior project engineer, Manikant Rai, research scholar from IIT Delhi, and Yogesh Day from John Deere Technology Pune as a software architect. Welcome to all guests. We have also some guests from the eminent MNCs and prominent officials also. So this Shailendra Varile, Sandeep Pari sir, Suresh Puer sir, Manoj Varile, Sunny Patel, Atul Pagare, Vishal Narayankar sir, Soroj Dayal madam, Kiran Kadam sir, and one of the very important guests from the Microsoft, Miss Nishiganda Matre from Microsoft. Actually, she's having some official issues. I think she will join also. So very warm welcome to you all. I, Rakesh Badodekar, Head of IT Department, gladly welcome you all this national level e-summit. I think this is the first ever attempt to have summit by educational institute. Basically, a summit is a conference or meeting where officials from government and private sector have joint discussions on predefined topic. It is a sharing of knowledge and experience. We could have planned this summit at our we planned this summit at our beautiful Lonavala campus. But due to this pandemic situation, we are conducting it virtual. So it is a name as a e-summit. That is online summit. And for this e-summit, It is our pleasure to have prominent officials from reputed government organizations like IIT Kanpur, IIG Delhi, IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, and prominent officials from the topmost MNCs like TCS, Persistent, HSBC Software, Gensa Technology, TIAA, Dynamics T, John Deere Technology, Embel Technology, Ecorise Technologies, some of the others also of the technical partners. I hope we all have a fruitful and conversations today regarding various IT business applications with different resource persons. Will make aware regarding various IT business applications currently being used. So let's of this events we have proceed ahead, and I hope you all enjoying with this conferences. So I inform to all participants, please benefit from this e-summit national level program. So thank you everyone for joining the meeting. Thank you, Vallavi madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the support which you have given for making this particular program happen today. Now, followed by that, we'll proceed to Mr. Shailendra Badile, who will be working as Associate Consultant in Tata Consultancy Services. Sir is having more than 13 years of experience in PLM software implementation, customization, PLM offshore team management, and he has handled all the customers with throughout the globe. We are very fortunate to have you here, sir. And please accept our virtual bouquet and kindly share our thoughts. Kindly share your thoughts with the audience.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk in this great e-summit event. And I would like to also thanks all of the organizers of this event, especially thanks to Mr. Professor Rakesh Badodekar, sir, for inviting me in this great conference event. So it's my pleasure to be here uh, in this event. So currently, I'm working into PLM domain. I think I will.
You're not audible, Shailendra sir.
Am I audible now? Sorry.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So.
Voice is not.
Okay.
Shailendra, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, there was some audio issues. Yeah. So currently, I'm working into PLM domain, and I have worked for a lot of the customers. Even I travel to different countries like South Africa, China multiple times, then UK and Switzerland, and recently I traveled to France. So I'm working in on the PLM applications. So there are different PLM applications from different companies like Dassault Systems, PTC, and the other companies also. So I would say there are plenty of opportunities in the Europe with these applications. If you have very good experience, the technical, or I would say the architect experience into this application, then you will have plenty of opportunities in Europe. So I will not go into much detail, but I think if anyone wants to have any more understanding or the knowledge on this field or the domain, then maybe you can get my contact from the organizers, and I'll be more happy to help you on that part. So with these things, I'll finish my speech. Thank you very much for inviting me in this event. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Shailendra sir. Now, with due respect, respected Dr. M.S. Gaikwad sir is having some another meetings. So I request we'll just hold on this event for a moment, and I request all the dignitaries to turn on their camera, if it is possible, so that we can take a virtual snapshot. All the dignitaries and guests, please turn on your camera. IT department staff, we can take later. Initially, please, all the dignitaries turn on camera. Otherwise, I'm so sorry, we will not be able to accommodate all the guests. Vadile sir, Shailendra Vadile sir.
I request to everyone, every guest, please camera on your.
Badodekar sir, shall we proceed if the snapshot is already being taken by our faculty members?
Yes, please, madam. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm so sorry. As sir has requested, we have to hold on this particular inauguration event. From the department side, we are very sorry for this particular snapshot event. Now we'll again proceed with the remaining next things. So thank you so much, Shailendra Vadile sir, for sharing your. Yes, sir.
ते हे घ्या लागलं तर काय त्याला म्हणतात, घोडा घ्या खुर्ची आणि त्या खुर्चीने अशी काढा मस्त.
Yes, please continue, madam.
Okay. Now, thank you so much, Shailendra Vadile sir. Now we will proceed to our next guest today. We'll be having with us Mr. Sandeep Mali, and Mr. Sandeep Mali is working for more than 12 plus years to IT industries, and he is currently working as a senior engineering lead in Persistent Systems Pune. I request Sandeep Mali sir to accept our virtual bouquet as a token of our love, and please share your thoughts here.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. First of all, very good morning to all. Okay, and thank you for calling me in this session on emerging trends in IT business application. So I'm working on developing UI for industry and business application for more than 10 years. Okay. So in this span, okay, UI technologies and standards are evolved very fastly. Okay. In every 2 and 3 years, new frameworks and technologies are coming in the market, and few are becoming popular and are well accepted by the IT industry. Clients are demanding for more technologies and frameworks for their business and applications. Clients are looking for the technologies like React.js, Node.js, Angular, Vue.js, TypeScript, Material UI, Bootstrap, and many more. Okay. So market has a very good value with the technical skill. Okay, and IT companies are paying more for the new skills. Okay. So thank you to the management of the Sinhgad Institute for calling me in this e-summit. And also thank to the organizing team for organizing such an event for faculty and students for the career development. I'm giving best wishes to all the participants. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir. Now, followed by that, we have Mr. Suresh Khule sir with us, who is currently working as Senior Quality Assurance Automation Engineer and who is having around 6.5 years of experience and worked with various companies so far. And currently, he is working as a Senior Quality Assurance Automation Engineer with UST Global Pune. I welcome you, Suresh Khule sir. Please accept our virtual bouquet and please share your thoughts here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pallavi ma'am. So good morning, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank each one of you for organizing such a like beautiful event and inviting us uh, for this event. So it feels special when you are already part of this institute and they are inviting you for the event. So currently, I'm working as a senior QA automation engineer. So most of us, like you already know, like automation is like reducing the manual effort and uh, uh, like producing the faster products. So currently industry is demanding like less time to the market. So everyone is like everyone wants a faster product because competitors might be faster than the ours. So every organization wants to like reduce their manual efforts. So there are many opportunities in automation. So there are lots of new tools coming up which are like influencing the automation industry. So if anyone wants to like have anyone wants to know everything about any upcoming trends, then I have my contacts with the organizing team. Also, I'm very sure that this event will help participants. So they will get an understanding of the emerging trends as well as since it's the speech are given by the industrials, so they will have a like better overview of that. So I'm thankful to, and I'm saying thank to all the organizing committee for calling us on this event. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Suresh Khule sir. As you said, you have shared your contacts. We are very sure that our students will make a better use of it. Thank you so much, sir. And our students will take a guidance from you in the upcoming future. Now, followed by this, we have our next guest as Mr. Manoj Vadile. Mr. Manoj Vadile sir is having more than 12 years of experience in the field of Java application and who is working with the different types of frameworks like Spring Boot, Hibernate. He is currently working as a senior consultant specialist, HSBC Software Pune. I welcome you, sir. Please accept our virtual bouquet and please share your thoughts here.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thanks to this organizing team to invite me in this virtual e-summit. Okay, and currently I am working on a microservice architecture. So in this microservice architecture, we are developing we are designing a different microservice to consume by our different channels like browser and mobile. Okay, and we are developing the softwares for our banking is HSBC Bank. Okay, and a microservice architecture is very much booming nowadays. This is because we are getting a loosely coupled architecture. So if you want to add a functionality, we can add easily. Okay, and there are many advantages of this microservice architecture, and many companies move from monolithic architecture to microservice architecture. And because of this microservice architecture, it's very less time to add a new functionality in existing monolith. I would say the banking applications are easily developed and in a very fast manners. It's coming into a market. Okay, so if you want to get more information on microservice architecture and what are the best technologies we can use to develop this microservice architecture, please feel free to reach out to me. So I already shared my contacts with our organizing team. So please feel free to contact me if you want to get more information on microservice. So in last statement, I want to add, I would like to thanks to Mr. Rakesh Badodekar sir to invite me in this e-summit. Thanks all, and best of luck for your new careers for students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj Badile, sir. I hope and I'm sure our participants and our students will surely take a guidance from you in the future. Now proceed with the next. Apart from the industry officials and the government officials we could have so far with us, now we are very proud to announce and to introduce our own alumni. And we are feeling, department is feeling so proud to introduce them, and they are also working as today's chief guest. So we will start with the first one amongst them. He is Mr. Sunny Patel, who was alumni of Department of IT. He has done MS from Melbourne, Monash University, Melbourne. He is currently working as a research software specialist, wherein he is contributing to planning, design, and development of Monash microgrid project at Monash University. And he is also providing his expertise as DevOps engineer. I am very, very proud to welcome you, Sunny Patel, sir, here. Please accept this virtual bouquet from Department of IT, and please share your thoughts here.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Sunny.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for such kind words, and and thank you, Badodekar sir, for inviting me to this seminar. Good morning, and hello, everyone. First, I would like to thank all the IT faculty of IT members too for conducting this event, emerging trends in IT business applications. To talk about myself, currently I'm working as a research software specialist, specializing in DevOps as a DevOps engineer in at Monash Research Center. So, as you know, automating things are important from software are important nowadays, from software applications to cloud native application and IoT applications. So I'm working on this aspect. So we are using automating tools and DevOps lifecycle to automate any applications to automating any applications and converting it into microservice architecture and deploying it into containers and container orchestration. Containers like using Docker, and container orchestrations like Kubernetes or any Kubernetes similar framework, similar tools. We are using CI/CD tools, to automate all those things and coming up with a DevOps lifecycle and deploying all those things into containers, deploying those things into containers or any container orchestrations. So currently I'm working on more on the Monash microgrid project. So it's more of the energy domain sector. So as you know, most of the countries are aiming to have this zero carbon emission, and most of the industries are also targeting to have this zero energy, carbon emission project. So I'm working on this project, especially for the Monash University. So we're working on having by 2030 to have a zero carbon emission, and using this software, software engineering, how we can contribute and how we can software engineering, and also using some IoT applications, how we can come up with this software, so how and contribute towards the zero carbon emission. So if you have any questions regarding to DevOps, containers and container orchestrations, or any CI/CD tools, you can feel free to contact me. I have already shared my contact details with faculty team members. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sunny. Now proceed with that. We have our next alumni, Mr. Atul Pagare. Mr. Atul Pagare is working as a software engineer in Sinhgad Technologies, Pune. I heartily welcome you, Atul. Please accept our virtual bouquet and please share your thoughts with the audience.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the faculties of Sinhgad Institute for inviting me. Now, currently, I'm working with the Sensor Technology, and I just want to share, like, now I'm working with my client project is for Cisco, basically the Cisco Commerce. So we used to ensure the smooth ordering, then pre-ordering and post-order ordering for the B2B applications of Cisco. And there are almost the 47 Java applications and the TIPCO application. We are providing all kind of technical support and then the technical development part for those application. And what I especially noticed that there is a two kind of eras in the technology, the before a pandemic and after pandemic. So I can clearly see on a daily basis, like the cloud is going to play a big role, like AWS cloud and other cloud, for ensuring the smooth working of the commerce environment and all the necessary technologies which is needed to work on the commerce field. So this is my overall experience. So yes, regarding this all the cloud things and then the DevOps things, I will be available to support all the means all the participant or all the students of the Sinhgad Institute. And again, once again, I'm thank you all, for inviting me for this event. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, madam. Your voice is not coming.
Okay. Now am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Now we'll be having our next alumni, Mr. Vishal Narayankar, who is having more than 10 plus years of experience in BI technologies, which includes Informatica, Big Data, and Oracle, and who is currently working as Assistant Consultant TCS at Cincinnati, Ohio, USA. We are very fortunate to have you here, Vishal. Please accept our virtual bouquet and please share your thoughts here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. So basically, I'm working as an assistant consultant at Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm working on business intelligent tools like Tipo Spotfire, Tableau, and the ETL tools like Informatica Talent. So our day-to-day job is to make sure every data is flowing throughout correctly, all the dashboards are getting reflected correctly, and we have seen from the technologies trend point. I have seen one of the client who was on SQL platform earlier, and then within 2 years he moved from SQL to big data, and again from 2.5 years he moved from big data to Azure. So we have seen, like, I'm seeing very big changes in the technology, and like the clients are expecting day to days or latest technologies to be to be a part of their projects, to be part, so they can give the latest technologies to their end users. So the cloud is going to make a big difference in the future. So most of the clients are moving to AWS, Azure, Salesforce, or Google Clouds. So I would say, if you want to have a good career, start with cloud, start with BI technologies who will be there for long terms, and also the JavaScripts are there. So Java technologies. So you can go ahead with these 3-4 branches. Yeah. So yeah, that's all from my side, ma'am. So thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Vishal. Now proceeding, we have our next alumni with us, Ms. Saroj Dayal. Ms. Saroj is working with British Telecom Private Limited Company as TIA GBS, and her core responsibilities are analyzing, developing, debugging, and supporting the applications according to the designed criteria in order to satisfy the business needs. And her skill sets includes Java, MySQL, Angular, Node.js, and web services. We are very happy to have you here, Saroj. Please accept our virtual bouquet and please share your thoughts with the audience.
Thank you, Pallavi ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Saroj.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are doing fine. My name is Saroj Dayal. I have completed my Bachelor's of Engineering in Information Technology in the year 2014. Happily, I got placed in my first company through pool campus selection, which was InvestNet Purely Infotech. Since then, I'm working in IT industries and have gained more than 6 years of experience. There is so much I have enjoyed from my job as a software developer. I have met many expert people, got to learn many things from them, get to work on many projects. I have worked for product-based companies named Yardley Infotech, British Telecom, TIAA. I worked as a full-stack software developer. So my core responsibilities include analyzing the story, developing the story, and later on supporting the application as per business need. Mostly I have worked in financial domain and built skill set that includes Java, MySQL, Angular, web services, Spring. Nowadays, artificial intelligence and machine learning are buzzing technologies because there is a lot of data available today and it is starting to move to the cloud. Both technology have already found their space, especially the popular smart assistants. So now I'm currently learning these technologies. Lastly, I think I really enjoyed working as a developer and working with experts of IT industries. That's all from my end. Thank you, Rakesh Badodekar, sir. Thank you, everyone, for giving me this opportunity to share my experience.
Thank you so much, Saroj. It was very nice to hear you out. I'm very much sure that our participants and our dear students will surely be benefited in the future by your guidance. Thank you so much, Saroj. Now proceed with that. We have our next prominent alumni, Ms. Nishigandha Matre, and who is working currently with Microsoft. Please accept our virtual bouquet. We are very fortunate to have you here, Nishigandha, and please share your thoughts here. Nishigandha. Latane sir, Nishigandha is present.
Yes, I will check.
Okay. We also have with us one of the prominent alumni, Kiran Kadam. Kiran, are you available here currently?
Hi, ma'am. I'm here.
Yeah, if you're available, Kiran, we will be very happy to hear you. Can you please share your thoughts with the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Please, could you please increase the voice level a little bit, Kiran?
Give me a minute. Am I audible better now?
You're audible, just increase your volume.
Not sure how to do that. Okay, give me some time. Microphones should work properly. Am I audible better? My voice is better? Is it better now?
Yes, Kiran, you are not audible.
One sec, let me change the headphones. That might be the issue.
Kiran, you're not audible. Badodekar sir, shall we proceed?
Yes, it's a network issues. Rejoin the Kiran Karan, please. And we'll in the next session we can continue.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll share my screen again. So after all this inauguration speech by industry prominent people and our own alumni, now for the entire day we'll be having keynote address to start with Dr. Vayan Singh sir, who is professor at Electrical Department, IIT Kanpur. Followed by that, we have a resource person as Mr. Yogesh Tople, who will be working as Associate Vice President in Mindtree Technologies. We also have with us Mr. Sushil Kumar, who is System Manager at IIG Mumbai, and who will be giving and guiding all of us on the topic Enterprise Resource Planning, that is today's need. We also have with us Ms. Tejasri Bari, who is Technical Officer at IIG Mumbai, and who will be giving us a topic titled Automation in Government and Private Organization. Followed by that, we have with us Mr. Vivek Patil, who is co-founder of Dynamistry Private Limited, Ahmedabad, who will be working on Dynamics 365 CRM applications to all of us. Later on, we have with us Mr. Ashutosh Srivastava, who is practice head with ERP, who is also working with Dynamistry Private Limited, Ahmedabad, and who will be discussing with all of us on Dynamics 365 ERP applications. Then we also have with us Mr. N.K. Singh, Senior Project Engineer from IIT Kanpur, and who will be giving us and guiding us on a topic as Brihaspati, a house-developed LMS ERP. And we also have with us Mr. Manikant Roy, who is research scholar at IIT Delhi, and who will be sharing with all of us on understanding the public sentiment in Twitter. And we also have with us finally Mr. Yogesh Dahe, who is software architect at John Deere Technologies, and who will be guiding us, discussing with all of us on career path on full stack. I request all of you to accept this virtual bouquet from Department of Information Technology, Sinhgad Institutes, Lonavala. We are very, very fortunate to have you, all of you, as a prominent guest here and a keynote speakers here. We are very thankful to all of you for spending your time on this e-summit on emerging trends in IT business application 2021. Now, with this note, I thank all of the participants who have registered for this e-summits. At the same time, I also be thankful to the STS advisory team, management of Department of IT, and all the prominent officials from Government of India as well. So thank you so much. With this note, now I conclude with due permission from Latane sir and Rakesh Badodekar sir. I conclude this inauguration ceremony, and I'm so thankful to all of you to join and to be available for this particular event. Thank you so much. Now, moving towards the next event, we would like to start with all our sessions. Prior to that, we just take a very short break of 2 minutes, and by that time, I request all the staff members of Department of IT to kindly turn on their videos so that we can effectively take a snapshot and we can proceed with the next session.
Yes.
I request all the faculty members of Department of IT to turn on their camera.
This I request to everyone, every guest.
It's a request to Sushil Kumar sir. Can you please stop your share for a while? Thank you so much, respected Sushil Kumar sir. Now I request all the faculty members of Department of IT to kindly turn on your camera. Karnikar sir, Gaikwad sir, Mulani sir, Kodichor sir, Morate sir. Vandana madam. Karnikar sir.
A request to all team. Ranjit sir, Moon madam, Sawan madam, please come.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Ranjit sir, Ashwini madam, and Pushpa madam, please turn on your camera. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope the screen share is being done by somebody. If it is done, shall we stop then, Badodekar sir?
Yes.
Latane sir? Okay. Thank you so much, all the faculty members of Department of IT. Now we'll proceed for our first session. I will shortly share my screen. Okay. Very good morning, all of you. Now we have rejoined for the first session of our today's e-summit. And I request, we have with us Dr. Vayan Singh sir, who is professor at Electrical Department of IIT Kanpur. I request you, sir, to accept this virtual bouquet from Department of IT. We are very fortunate to have you here. You have spent your time and shown your availability. We are very fortunate to have you here, sir. Dr. Vayan Singh sir is currently working on a different platforms and guiding variety of research project with IIT Kanpur. Now I request Dr. Vayan Singh sir to start with the session. Singh sir, am I audible to you?
I'm actually out of campus and I can move on. My apologies if the call dropped. I am not sharing my video because of that. So I can consult. Okay, so I'm able to keep slides.
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Just hold on. I am just with you guys.
Yes.
Now
yes.
audio is coming.
Audio is coming, but
The video I will not be able to share because I'm on low bandwidth currently. I'm in Delhi and I'm actually using my mobile connectivity. Here it is actually pretty bad even on Airtel.
That's absolutely fine, sir.
Okay.
Please
Now,
share
sir,
your screen and we
visible?
can start.
Yes, slide is visible to everybody.
Not yet, sir. Meanwhile, I request Yogesh Chokle, sir. Yogesh Chokle, sir, it's a sincere request. If you can turn off your camera for a bandwidth.
Yep. Everybody should turn off their microphones and turn off their video. So because I am on low bandwidth and you need to get a good quality. Okay. Be visible.
Yes, sir. I have requested all the participants to turn off their camera, but the slide share is not yet happened, sir.
I have done it from this side. Okay, I will try it again.
Okay, sir.
So let's see. The moment you get it, please let me know.
Yes, sir.
We got it. Thank you. So thank you for confirming, and thanks to the organizing team for inviting me. And I will be keeping it as per the timetable. We are already running late actually, but it's fine. And I am not from industry. I am from academics, and I have been actually doing research on a lot of topics which does require information technology in a sense. I actually call it computer engineering. Networking actually. I specialize in telecommunication networks systems. I work on security thing. I work for even equipments, especially navigation and control. So I design for certain aircrafts for the navigation equipment, basically. What all algorithm which actually can using Kalman filter that I have done. I have been currently working gunner is where ballistics are required, so you have to compute ballistics. In fact, if probably whenever you are getting into any course on computer science, the first thing which is told is computers are actually only built for computing ballistic tables. Okay, during First World War and First and Second World War, that's what has happened, and everybody was trying to build up a better and better computers. So initially, all what we call these calculators were actually built only for this purpose. Later on, we have now got a more generalized form. So I'm again going back to the roots and trying to investigate things which are already there in most of our armory. So I've been now currently also focusing on that and designing something for one of the manufacturers. Okay, it's very exciting work, and you have to understand chips. You have to understand software and how to write it efficiently, how it should work in real time, and how to optimize on performance, on energy, especially when it's battlefield. Okay, so that's basically is what I understand. Now coming to the IT applications, I have also from Brihaspati system. Nagendra Kumar Singh will be giving a presentation on that later on in the day. Brihaspati actually just started because I want to build my own system. There was nothing available actually at that time except Moodle started and Brihaspati started. I never opened it like an industry, but Moodle industry, so they actually could commercialize it. But I have gone through a different path, which is technologically very different than Brihaspati. And again, we'll not be talking about that thing, I think, but I will just mention about that. I will touch upon that in my talk. Okay. So, since this summit has been for IT applications for business, I will not talk about the highly specialized applications, only for business actually. So normally, whenever it is for business, the basic purpose for any IT application is to essentially make the business more efficient, especially customer requirements, efficient management of resources, so that you can reduce the cost per unit of service you provide to customer to make it more affordable, or whatever is willing to pay and your margins. But of course, you should not always do the things for profit. You should do only charge for what you are putting in, ideally. But that does not happen. This system, people want to do for not the actual cost, but one which they can expect people to try to derive, which is of course unethical, but it's done. You can't actually stop it. It's very difficult to line or a boundary with that. So of course you need to sources. That's what all ERP technical is all about. You need to have an easier and convenient there. You have to use it of a different when children use it, it's a different somebody is or you require a different. So the user experience ultimately is, if you can't give good user experience, you can't give that your IT to be effective actually. It is going to be honestly speaking. So user is going to be the goal for any system. This is what I've learned through my own experience. 20 years. And of course, the biggest normally people think it's like
Dr. Singh, sir.
Same thing is
Dr. Singh, sir, I'm audible to you. Dr. Singh, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm interrupting you in between, but unfortunately, your PPT is not shared, sir.
From here to do it. Okay, then anyway, I'm talking. So okay, it's not great in the PPT. I will put it on the WhatsApp group so people can see there for later. So currently, I think let it be only through voice in that case. If it becomes visible in there, because it's not delay the program further, because it's only purely text for my own review.
Okay, sir.
But I will share it. So do focus on what I am speaking. That will be better. So challenges which one actually sees in any such IT implementation is that one size will not fit to all. So that's one of the basic characteristic and which we need to appreciate. If you don't appreciate that, of course, you won't be successful, because invariably, so you need to do a lot of customization. Of course, whenever you have some maintenance, one of the big headaches. Normally, big businesses will have their own teams. Mostly tend to work with a small number of manpower. System. And there are a lot of these companies from which I think a lot of your alumni also have, actually are going to come into picture. They do provide all this kind of stuff. And they try to do a lot of reuse from open source. But tendency is always to use whatever they already know and try to get the maximum gain. Okay. So you won't change a drastic, you won't see a drastic actually unless something totally different and becomes a part of your team. Okay. So the question is, the success of these systems will depend on what? So normally it will be at the inside of, and one is the external, what is visible to the two sides. So good design inside the system is what is required actually. I put it hard. So of course now the new system which I'm working on, because in that case it's a totally altogether different structure. But the conventional system you require that. And the basic idea is that any particular data set. So if your name is there, name has to be only at one place, and everywhere else it has to refer to only thing, and you will have consistency. Now there's a consistency within the with the wrong programming, you can't make this. Of course, when you go for multiple servers, multiple copies, this problem can happen. But those again at the system level itself, depending on what kind of backend using. So normally all scenarios should be taken care of so that database corruption can be avoided, because some guy left in between, partially created structure is there. All those has to be garbage collected, actually, or it has to be continuous ongoing process. So we have learned again hard way. We have implemented that. We have to make a very good structure and design. Normally people don't focus on this. I have seen actually a lot of code, but the beauty of the code is very important. That elegance has to come in. It's like an artwork, and this structured design will be easier to maintain, and it's going to lead to a very good practice. But this essentially comes with a lot of experience. Mostly the new people who join are not able to deliver. These are mostly after 10, 15 years. The kind of guys who are very honed up. In open source community, you will see this actually. Those essentially follow this thing in the core. So whether you take LibreOffice, Linux, whether you take OpenJDK or any other tool, or Tor browser, or Firefox, pick up anything, you will find 15 years roughly the time after which people actually start contributing to these systems. Now when you design system, the response has to be extremely fast. There's again an engineering acumen is required in this case. It's not very straightforward, and new people always mess it up. That's my experience mostly. But this cannot be taught as a discipline. This is always learned as an art. Okay. The other part, user front end, I think there are a lot of demand, as somebody was telling earlier, that using Angular, JS, actually you can make very fast responsive thing because you minimize the communication with the server. Okay, and web apps for browser essentially are pretty popular nowadays, and for mobile on both. So these are what we call responsive web applications. You can actually make Android native apps, do as next app store thing, which is also invariably if you're going to writing, you have to build for all this. With one single one, you won't be able to survive in the this typically is done, is again a challenge. So I was also fed up, and we have one fundamental problem. Let's see what's that. Infrastructure which is mostly deployed. You require servers which are in the cloud, and mostly you will be procuring a virtual machine. And problem is virtual machine is also implemented on a hardware, actual hardware, and it can never that hardware actually. Can go up to that capacity of that particular hardware. It is possible to do it, but then that's a virtualization over single machine virtualization over multiple things. It's a big challenge. I have not seen this being heavily used. It's actually going to be inefficient unless designed properly, but there's no design available as of now. Now bandwidth which can go is up to the maximum of the interface speed at the server, so which is normally 10G currently, which is also, but then the question is when you have massive services like Google is getting Google Mail, okay, how that is being done, or Facebook is providing. So it's not through a single server. They actually maintain a cluster of servers, and these can be spread geographically. They need not be in one single data set. So there is a complex backend management which is required. Now, how that is done, that's an interesting phenomena. In fact, content distribution, CDN networks also use that. Okay. Now, as customers will come to your front end, whether they are using a client or a browser through that, you have to divert these customers to across these servers. So this can be done through countries. So for example, when you are in India and trying to access Gmail, you go to a different server. The moment you go to France, it will be a different server. You can try out this experiment if you are going to use a Gmail access through Tor browser, because the exit point will be a different country altogether. And then you will see your default interface will be different. Google will actually block you immediately because they will assume most likely is somebody is trying to hack into your account, even if it's the correct login and correct password. Even with that, it's going to happen. So what most of these companies will do, they will form clusters of servers and form something called peer-to-peer network between them. And reliability is actually done through replication. So that's a beautiful thing. So even if a server comes off data of the service, there is always a replication somewhere else. It automatically. Okay, that's the power of peer-to-peer system. But difficult to it has been done, but it's and it's not also they're not very expert on this. So in fact, I went one step ahead, and that's what not only me, there are many other people, okay, including the developer of Telegram or WhatsApp actually tried it, but they are now server based. But they within their servers they use peer-to-peer. They do tap in the calls. Whatever they are saying, end-to-end encryption, that does not exist, honestly speaking. That's not permitted as per IT Act. Okay, even Telegram does not provide it unless you are in a you explicitly set up a end-to-end encrypted connection. But I think one of the best systems which can do it is TalkChat. Government does not bother about it because there are not many users of that. TalkChat is open source, and this is what we call hard grade, military grade actually encryption based point-to-point. That's the way it actually operates. It provides mostly chat. Telephony part is still not being, the code is available, can be done. So we are actually moving from decentralization or a distributed structure, and this gives us a resilience. That's happening. Okay. Now my idea is that we can form a peer-to-peer network of the client machines. Now you have a mobile phone which has got now 12 GB of RAM and 256 GB of hard disk, flash disk actually on that, and maybe octa-core CPU, which is pretty powerful, and you get a 4G bandwidth. 4G will get even higher, 1G actually, 1 gigabit per second. And with that, what you are going to do, I can actually put all these machines and form my own peer-to-peer cloud. Okay, I don't require servers in that case. I can actually work I can build most of the IT system without servers. It requires a lot of what we call paradigm shift in the engineering process. Again, this is probably going to be new for a lot of you, but this is what is going to come. And basically the thing that if you're in a business, you have a lot of your desktops and machines, you have given laptops to your clients or employees. All these machines can be pooled together, and they all can act like servers to each other, and we can have resilience. Even if the machine spawns off, they are being turned off, does not matter. Network actually heals itself. All the time this can happen. And this can provide almost same performance actually nowadays. Okay, so this actually has been shown, and in our case, we also have been working on this similar concept now. We call Brihaspati 4 or B4. In Brihaspati 3 till time, we were also working on the web-based system. Now, in case we'll be talking about Ragendra Kumar Singh. So B4 currently, now in this case, I don't identify node IDs by IP address. I identify by them through a unique ID. So we are using 160-bit node IDs. Normally, some systems, Tapestry, Cord, they have been talked about 256-bit node IDs. People have talked about 512-bit, but even with 160-bit, hash is going to be very less. Normally, these are randomly generated node IDs, and there is a process which guarantees these are actually randomly generated to actually avoid denial of service attack. And what we do is we put everything which is saved is always in form of a key and value. Value can be pointed to a machine from where you have to pull the resource. Okay, if you don't want to put the resource in the peer-to-peer cloud or in a distributed hash table actually. So key value pairs will be stored with a node whose ID is closest to the hash of the key. That's a rule which is used. This is a consistent hashing. This actually allows one of the very important property. If a node dies off or exits, the key value pairs which are stored with him, only those key value pairs are supposed to be moved to somebody else. Other people who are already there, key value pairs, we have consistent hashing, and that's what we actually use. And we do have to maintain key value pairs for replicas because people can exit and they can enter. We call it churn actually. So the higher the churn rate, the more the number of replicas are automatically maintained. This has to be done through an algorithm again. So it's actually everything is game of algorithms now. Then the number of replicas are reduced, they need to be increased again. This has to be done again automatically by the algorithms. We have done that. I have invented a lot of algorithms which we have been using before. These are non-standard things, not available in papers actually. You have to look at the code on GitHub, which we have done. And all communication is done through messages. Okay, messages are being passed through DHT routing. So you just do whatever it is, the message goes, and you will get back a message after to react. So it's not a kind of a real time, but it's going to be very reliable. Okay. So suddenly, for example, you are trying to book something on a website. That issue is not there. You just put the message will pass, it will reach, things will get booked, and it will come back to you. Okay. And then you can react. So this is the way it actually can happen. So each node will manage a DHT routing table, and message will always forward to a node. You will pick up your routing table, find out a node which is closer to the destination or hash of the key actually, and which is the closest node, that becomes a root node. So that is what is going to keep the key and value pair. So in near future, my guess is that almost everybody will migrate onto such a resilient system, because this is also a green computing in a sense, because I won't be requiring data centers, big data centers actually. I only require one small little bit of server to only provide your authentication, basically issuing a digital certificate by which you can do mutual authentication. And you can easily actually add resources. Your one server is not good, add 10 more, and the load will get distributed among them automatically. Okay. This actually was one thing which was tried with this. Hadoop actually uses this. And of course, Telegram has used this, but they're using also server. WhatsApp was initially using it, but then they later on moved to server. Skype, they moved to servers once the Microsoft acquired it. But interestingly, Microsoft updates which are happening is through a peer-to-peer mechanism. You don't get your updates from the servers actually. You might be getting from a machine which may be in the next neighborhood room. So if that guy is updated, some else, and then Windows will be updated. So it's very smartly done. You may not be knowing, but that's what's the way it is happening now. TalkShare can be very powerful, not very. This is actually using it, and this is actually what is cannot be infiltrated by even any security agency as of now. They form a private encrypted internet actually. And of course, normally people think that we only use this kind of systems only for end-to-end communication, for voice, for such kind of thing. No, or maybe Tor browsing, onion routing basically. But we can extend it to a lot of other things like collaborative storage, cluster of service endpoints, overlay multicasting of video streams. So I can actually generate a Netflix out of it. I don't require a CDN system. So I can create a CDN by basically crowdsourcing of the users. So there's going to be a lot of change which I see. There is going to be a lot of new possibilities. For example, using smaller artificial intelligence models to figure out different quality of service to be given to different customers depending on how they are behaving. So AI is nothing at pattern recognition, so we can identify patterns, and then from there we can identify very easily customer profiles. Customer profiling actually can be done, and you can actually augment your business process to give value to the customers depending on their profiles. So the guy who pays higher will be given a better value actually. So probably next 5 years will be pretty challenging for, I think, all of us. We'll have more distributed architectures, more secure system, more servers will be done away with. You yourself will become the servers. Non-repudiation has to build in, so a lot of distance signatures will be used. Encryption. These are anyway now actually already in use. And you will have more resilience and more architectures. So as number of users grow, number of machines in the network will grow. So it's more like a green computing. You consume electricity as per the requirement. Currently in data centers, even if there is not a single customer, you consume same amount of electricity actually in running the servers. Almost same. So we will be essentially becoming more environmental friendly in that sense, actually. So that's what I feel is what is going to be the future. So that's what something I thought I'd share once I came to know that it's about this topic. So I can take up any questions which you have, and I will share this actually PDF of this PPT, which I prepared on that WhatsApp group. Okay, and my apologies because I had to come to Delhi for some reason from Kanpur, so I'm not on a high bandwidth. So somehow probably the Microsoft client is not pushing up the slides because bandwidth is low. So it's pushing voice using priority. Voice is always given priority compared to slides and video. Okay, so thank you very much for patiently listening to me. So I'm actually stopping sharing, so voice will also become more clear. Okay, so I will stop the sharing. So some of you might have got the slides, some of you may not have got it. So apologies for that. So any questions? Yeah.
Okay, audience, if you have any question? Audience, if you have any question, please ask. Maybe everybody has to
Yes,
mute their
ma'am, can you,
only the speaker should actually have their
can sir share the PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can sir share the PPT?
Sir said he is going to share PPT on WhatsApp group.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any questions from participants and audience side? Okay, so shall we proceed with the next session? Latane sir, Badodekar sir.
Thank you everyone actually for listening. So I am actually going out.
Thank you so much, Singh sir, from the Department of Information Technology. We are very fortunate and happy to welcome you, and we are very fortunate to share, to listen to your thought process as well. Thank you so much for sparing your time, sparing your valuable time, sir. Thank you so much. Now we will proceed with the next session. Just a moment, I'll share my screen. Now, the next session is of Mr. Yogesh Tople. Mr. Yogesh Tople, sir, is Associate Vice President at Mindtree Technologies. Now I will hand over this session to Latane, sir. Latane, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry. Thank you, Pallavi madam. Now I will call upon Mr. Yogesh Tople, Associate Vice President, Mindtree Technology, Pune. Sir is having 24 plus year of diverse industry experience in communication and media industry. He worked across globe with some of the large telecom service providers. He has worked on consulting, digital transformation, and program management with companies like Cognizant, Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Symphony. He is TMF certified business development manager and Amazon certified cloud practitioner. His area of interest includes digital engineering, next generation network, and data driven modeling. I welcome you, sir, for this e-summit. Now I hand over mic to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pravin Latane, sir. And thank you, team, for inviting me. I hope I'm audible and visible both.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
So good morning, and thank you, Sinhgad Institute of Technology, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this, I think, very exciting e-summit on emerging trends. Very excellent initiative for both students and for industry practitioners like us, because we get to hear various thoughts, ideas around the globe from different industries, and important for students so that they can also see how they can shape their interests better for future way of working, right? So since this is the first technology session, I think it was very interesting and session from Singh sir. But from a technology point of view, this is first session. So I think there are a lot of sessions already planned, which covers some of the topics that I will touch upon, like automation, ERP, CRM, FSD, full stack development. All these are lined up. I think these are very niche technologies. These are very trending technologies, which is essentially what I will talk. So agenda for today is pretty straightforward. I'll keep it a bit light. So we'll talk about what CMT industry is all about. This is one of the industries which has evolved in recent times at a very, very fast pace. Yeah. And you will see technology, network changes, and more of a convergence. When I say convergence, a lot of industries are converging towards or with the comms industry. So it's an important topic, and we will then talk about what this industry is all about, what are the key spends, where this industry is focusing, what are the key challenges, and we also touch base upon what are the key technology trends, right? And some of these trends, Honorable Dr. Gaikwad sir spoke in his speech at the start. Then a lot of alumni of Sinhgad Institute, they also touch based upon few technologies like Docker, full stack development, ETL, big data, etc. So I'm not going to talk something new, but this deck will give you the structure on how the industry is moving and where the industry is moving. Right. So moving forward, let's first understand how the comms media industry is actually structured. Yeah, in our earlier, I think 6-7 years back, communication industry was considered to be a separate industry, and media and technology were not related to communication industry that time. But now this is a converged industry. So we have comms industry, media industry, and technology industry, and the lines between these industries very blur because take an example, right? WhatsApp calling is a direct competition to traditional telco services of voice calling, right? Same Amazon, Netflix, OTT players are directly competing with players like Warner Brothers, Disney, Sky, who are into this traditional media segment. Yeah. So you will see in most of the IT companies like let's say Infosys, Cognizant, Accenture, Mindtree, comms, media, and tech industry is merged and is considered as a one business unit. So it makes sense for us to look at CMT industry in one go rather than three different industries, right? So within communication industry, we'll have two sub segments. Typical telco service providers, like in India we have Airtel, Reliance, Vodafone. US, if you go to US, we have AT&T, Comcast. Middle East, you have Saudi Telecom. In China, you have China Mobile. All these typical telecom service providers, right? And then for these service providers, there is something called as a network equipment vendors or OEM vendors, which are typically the network equipment providers to enable these services for telco service providers, right? Like switches, routers, LAN, WAN, gateways, IMS, etc. Typical examples could be Huawei, Cisco, Fujitsu. These are the top 3 vendors across the globe, and another one could be Nokia, Ericsson, etc. And then we have media segment, which is very interesting and is going through a lot of tough times in recent last 2-3 years, right? Due to popularity of OTT players. So this segment typically, and it's very self-explanatory. We had earlier publishers, marketing, advertising agencies, who is mainly responsible for content distribution, how the content can be distributed to the end users. And then other segment was movie studios, gaming developers, music producers who are actually producing the content. And the third segment is more of an information service provider, professional services firms, which is more about an educational ed tech, what we call. These are the institutions, educational institutions, research firms, surveys, analytics firms, kind of they provide and value-added services on top of this first two industry segments. So, and the third is technology, right? So to support media and comms industry, we have a technology segment, which is similar to our network vendors, but these are the segment which provides the software and platforms to the all these segments, right? Like Microsoft's, Apple, Google's of the world, SAP, Amazon, Salesforce, Service. All these you will touch base essentially in the coming sessions as well. So these are typically called as a technology providers, right? So that's kind of sets the context on what we are talking in terms of when I say CMT as an industry, yeah. Uh, and this market, if you really see, this is a huge market, huge market. So you can see, right, we're talking about roughly $414 billion spent in this segment by 2024 with a compound annual growth rate of 7 to 8%. So this market is growing. It's growing at a fast pace. It is getting transformed. And if you see, right, the more and more transformation will happen in media segment, which is evolving, and there will be more spend because of the OTT players. Communication companies, on the other hand, will continue to invest on their network and infrastructure, right? They'll spend more on the 5G to enable themselves for the digital transformations, right? So just to, before I start and just directly delve into the technologies and trends, I think let's first understand the challenges that are faced in this segment, right? So if you see today, average revenue per user for telecom service providers, for example, has reduced significantly, right? We spend roughly what, how many, 200, 300 rupees per month for unlimited voice and data. That's a very cheap, volumes in terms of services that they are providing. So the traditional voice and SMS revenue has significantly dropped. I have, at least I personally don't remember when is the last time I sent SMS to anyone, right? 6-7 years back, SMS and voice were the main revenue engines. So that has significantly dropped. On top of it, they have to continuously upgrade their infrastructure. That means they have to continuously invest. One side, their revenue is declining, and other side, they have to invest on the new services. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword for them, and that's why it's a very challenging construct for the service provider industry today. And on top of it, there is a continuous threat from competition from OTT players who are entering into traditional telco space, right? As I give an example of WhatsApp calling, right? Or videos streaming from Amazon. All these are continuously posing challenges to the this industry. And then there will be specific regional specific challenges, right? Take an example of Indian geography, right? So there will be scale at a very low price is a challenge specifically because competitors are launching services every 2 months. There are new plans coming up. There is a number portability has further made it easy to change between service providers. So all this is posing further challenges. And then the mergers and acquisitions, right? So Vodafone and Idea merged 2-3 years back against a tough competition from Reliance. Then we have Airtel. And now even we don't see much share from other players in the telco market, right? Like BSNL providing voice services, Telenor is shut down. There was Orange Hutchison a few years back. All these players, because of various local challenges as well and the competition, are closing down the businesses. So this industry was currently at the edge where it needed to survive. Forget the growth. There was survival was an issue, right? But one good thing that has happened, right, is not a good thing from a global point of perspective, but good thing from a telecom perspective. Because of the outbreak and the pandemic, connectivity and data suddenly took the driver's seat, right? So it was kind of a lifesaver for this telecom industry because now everything is about connectivity and data. So last 2 years, this industry has suddenly seen a kind of upward movement in terms of growing their business, right? So essentially, now the industry is looking, CMT industry is looking to rebrand themselves into four key areas. Yeah. First is digital services. I think in various earlier discussions we spoke about this, right? They telcos are upgrading their infrastructure. 5G is coming. Cloud is becoming the talk of the town, and industry segments are merging to build a bundled product portfolio, right? So take an example of banking. Let's say Reliance is shaking hands with the banking institute to enable the e-payments or commerce, e-commerce, etc. IoT, healthcare, and telecom industries joining hands. So all this digital services with a bundled product is going to be the upcoming trend, right? Now to do this, the backend or the backbone is still an infrastructure. So digital infrastructure or the network of future, 5G, uh, takes the higher precedence, right? So we talk about terms like 5G, SDM, NFV. I'm sure you would have heard. 5G is a low latency, high bandwidth service. SDN NFV, in fact, enables to virtualize some of these softwares and have built software-defined networks. So build an open architecture with a low cost and more agile manner. So all this upgrading of infrastructure is becoming the next immediate priority for them, right? Uh, and next is while they do that, their internal organization also need to change, right? I think someone spoke about DevOps. Yeah, I think someone spoke about containerization, Docker, CI/CD. All these are DevOps terminologies. Yeah, so organizations need to change internally in terms of how they can think faster, fail faster, and then be successful faster. I think that's most important. That's why they are changing their DNA internally in terms of from a traditional waterfall way of working to more agile DevOps way of working. So that's happening. And while doing that, they're building this whole internal IT, which they call it as a next generation IT, right? So all the processes are transformed, they shake hands with the partners like cloud, Amazon, hyperscalers like Amazon Web Services, GCP, Microsoft Azure, and also shake hands with partners like Salesforce, SAP, etc. So digital customer experience through all these mechanism is what they essentially look for, right? So that's how the key I think four-pronged strategy for CSPs today, right? And sorry, okay. So can you see my screen? There was suddenly a blip.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So this is how I think this is. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what I was talking, right? And pictorial representation of essentially what I mean by the revenues are decline, right? So if you see the traditional voice and SMS revenue was 32% in 2016, right? Because this is what most really used. But now their traditional voice services dropped to 9% of their revenue, right? Which means that traditional telco services are not the revenue generating segment. So what they are doing is essentially moving into other segments like entertainment, like commerce, right? I don't know. Okay. Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. So they are moving into these other segments, so into commerce, entertainment, smart solutions, right? There are large European telcos are building solutions for smart metering, smart partnering. This is not a core telecom business, right? But they are, as I said, they're shaking hands with the smart solution providers and building a complete new ecosystem, right? So this is how the industry is moving forward. Okay. What does this mean? And just to complement what I said, this is what some key industry leaders are saying post transformation or the transformation post COVID, right? And this is exactly what we see as a trend for next 5 years. If we had this session, let's say 2 years back, I would have talked about completely different priorities for this industry. But now, if you really see post COVID, the situation has completely changed. People are more talking about workforce enablement, connectivity, infrastructure, security, all these digital transformation priorities, which were in the CIO's agenda or CEO's agenda for 5 years down the line, they suddenly have become the priority now. So they had to do all those things now instead of 2025, which they were planning. And that's the kind of big, massive change that COVID has brought in terms of transforming the overall CMT segment per se, right? So there are six key areas, right, where industry is focusing, right? First, I think first and foremost, because now everyone is working from home and world is going digital, cybersecurity is indeed one of those technology trends that will see a significant growth in its demand and popularity in next few years. Okay, so the data is now becoming the most valuable asset in any organization, in any consumer pattern, right? And so there is a need to protect this data. And because of the remote working nature, the security has even been compromised a bit because earlier all IT industries or people used to work on a constrained environment within organization. Now they are working on their own Wi-Fi's, remote environments. So protecting this data is of an immense important now. So if you particularly talk about, there's a term called as cybersecurity mesh. You can look at it. It provides you with a more flexible and distributed approach towards the cybersecurity measures, right? It enables, the security perimeter to be identified around that person or a thing. And in simple word, anyone who wants to get an access to a digital asset in a secured manner without depending on the location, that's where the cybersecurity mesh will help. Some examples of solutions that typically are very popular: McAfee, Palo Alto Network, SecureWorks. These are typically used for threat detection and management. There is a CrowdStrike, which is used for endpoint security, which is our laptops or mobiles. There is a Inforblocks, which is used for network security. There's a Darktrace, which is an artificial intelligence-based cyber security technology. So it more focuses on how human immune system is built for protecting the viruses. Right? It's more based on the human immune system to protect the cyber attacks or to protect the data. So and top of it, lot of I think countries or continents have their own data security regulations. Right? You would have heard concept of GDPR, which is European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. This has become a foundation now for all the data privacy regulations. So businesses will adopt to this, some of these regulations to adopt to these cybersecurity norms going forward. So cybersecurity definitely is one of the key trends. Cloud, I think earlier discussions also we spoke about cloud. So distributed cloud was still in an infancy stage, I would say, and there was long way to go for a cloud adoption. But now, in last 1 or 2 years, what I have seen is there is a immense potential, or there is an immense focus given on adopting cloud within this CMT industry. Right, many companies are up with the services subsets to be used in a distributed way, and the trend in cloud storage or cloud computing is already embraced by all these industries across the globe. And the next big thing that is going to hit the tech ecosystem is distributed cloud system, right? So you could have on-premise infrastructure. You would have some infrastructure on cloud. You could also have distributed cloud infrastructure from various hyperscaler or cloud providers. So that's going to be the next thing. So other organizations will definitely get benefited with this technology trend because one, latency is reduced. There is a minimum risk of data loss because all these Amazon or GCPs, Google Cloud platforms, or Azure, they have a very secure infrastructure to protect individual data. So, and this technology will also enable IoT, right? IoT, as you know, as we move more and more towards IoT, there will be a huge data that will start getting collected. We are already talking about wearables sending data, and as more and more IoTs come into picture, the data will be in terabytes or even more. So cloud gives us an ability to scale to that level, right? So IoT AI becomes very easy in terms of if we move to the cloud. So that's point number two. Third was automation. I think one alumni spoke about that he's working on automation. So that this is one of the trends that you will see, hyper automation, right? So it is like automating everything, have zero touch interventions, no manual intervention. So it's basically concerned with utilization of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning. I think Mr. Gaikwad spoke about robotic process automation, advanced analytics. All these are used for automation purposes, right? So hyper automation will surely become a, go-to technology trend for businesses and this industry in upcoming years, right? Uh, so it's in fact rated as one of the top ranking trends in Gartner's top 10 strategic technology trends last year. So this will take a front seat. Next one is big data and AI. I think this was also referred. I think somebody was working in informatics. He mentioned how SQL got moved to big data and to cloud. So big data is a trend that will allow businesses to analyze extensive set of information to achieve variety of results which will help them increase their growth. So big data along with artificial intelligence will harness these machine learning algorithms to predict useful patterns from human beings, right? We I think there are some interesting products already coming in the market from AI technology trends. We spoke about AlterGo. You can search it on the net, right? So it's a mind reading wearable. There was also launch of Sophia, I think in Middle East, the first robot citizen, and a lot of promos around how the big AI technology will get you to in the future. Then we are talking about companies like Domino's or DoorDash, not the Doordarshan, DoorDash, right? These are already experimenting with drones and robot delivery. So all this will become reality, right? Of course, there are certain glitches in this technology today because of the safety, human safety concerns, or various other regulations that we have. But once these initial glitches are sorted, I think this is going to be a technology for 2024, 2025, right? Because AI will supplement all these technologies, and these will become actually a reality, right? So big data AI is another one. And the last one is about microservices. Somebody spoke about, I think, working in the microservices implementation. So absolutely, I think this is the architectural style that is going to be an approach to develop all these technologies that we mentioned earlier, right? Big data, AI, cloud, all this will be done in a microservices. What this essentially means, in earlier way, when I started my career in 97 probably, there were mainframe applications. Then Java came into picture. Then we had monolith applications. So one application, big application doing a lot of things. Now industry is moving into even further step where this single application will be broken into a small set of services which are called as a microservices, and each microservice will have its own process will communicate with a very lightweight mechanism, maybe HTTP over HTTP resource APIs, or very simple open APIs kind of a way. What this essentially means is with the breaking this big giant application into small microservices, it gives me a very much flexibility in choosing my technology for each of these small components. It gives me more of an agility, right, on how these applications can be developed faster. Earlier, for a small change, I had to open up that big application, compile it, run it, etc. Now I don't have to do it. I just have to look at that small microservice which is impacting that particular, or which will be impacted by that change, and just deploy that microservice, right? So scale also becomes very easy for me because each of these microservices on the cloud can be easily scalable, right? So independence, scalability, flexibility in technology, and agility. I think this is what microservices will give us. And this is where you will also see a lot of companies, even if you looked at LinkedIn or job portals, right? There is a lot of requirements around full stack development or on and microservices on cloud implementation. So this is from a technology point of view. You will see the upcoming trends, right? Okay, so just to additionally, right, there are some technologies which are, as I said, they're probably at an initial stage, but has a huge potential to grow in upcoming quarters, right? So first, I think 5G. This is kind of a boon for business in 2021, right? The term 5G has been creating a buzz for almost half a decade. I think I heard this term first time in probably 2015, 2016 when 4G was launched. There was already 5G pilots that were running. So 5G is definitely now becoming reality, right? And it is kind of a revolution in this whole uh, industry 4.0, right? I think I'm sure you've heard this term many times, industry 4.0. So what experts say today is this 5G wireless network will support thousand folds gain in capacity. That means thousand times more. Just to give an example, it will give a 20 gigabytes per second individual user experience of extremely low latency and response times. Okay. And it will probably support, as IoT is, we spoke about IoT, as IoT becomes more and more priority, it will probably support 100 billion devices, such technology, right? So that's the scale we are talking. And deployment of these networks will emerge between 2020 to 2025. Already, I think yesterday itself, Reliance in their AGM, they announced a news that they are launching 5G and they are partnering with Google for their as a cloud service provider for them, right? So you will see this becoming a reality in coming years, right? And the most, as I said, the most important aspect of 5G is speed, right? So just take an example. If you want to download a 5G DVD from net at an average today, we get probably Airtel gives you 50 Mbps. We take roughly 13 minutes for maybe 5 GB DVD. Now the same will take barely 2 seconds to download on a 5G at top speed. So that's the change that we are talking. So I think it is a unlimited scope for IoT enhancement with 5G technology becoming reality. And mobile network carriers, for example, they will capitalize on this increased bandwidth and reduce network cost. So 5G essentially is a massive playground where subsequent technologies like self-driven cars, AR, VR, your empowered smart cities, wherever we are talking about IoT, big data analytics, huge data, augmented reality, etc. All these will become reality when there is a backbone supporting to them, which is 5G, right? So all these technologies complement each other really. They strengthen that implementation of all these newer technologies. So 5G is very important. Next is blockchain. Of course, blockchain is still, I would say, at initial stages, but this is becoming a very popular technology in recent times. I think there is a bit of a misconception when we talk about blockchain. We always think about cryptocurrencies or bitcoins, right? Which is true, but which is not the entire blockchain. What blockchain does, right? Cryptocurrency or blockchain is just a fragment of overall blockchain technology. So apart from cryptocurrencies, we use blockchain for various domains like healthcare, supply chain, logistics, advertisement. It is actually a decentralized digital ledger, right? That maintains each record in a very secure way, and very transparent way. So demand for blockchain technology for decentralized digital ledgers is rising very rapidly, right? And enterprises are looking for blockchain platforms to develop their top level business solutions. I think the major reason, as I said, right, it's more about one, the blockchain gives a kind of the amount of security levels it has, the transparency it offers. I think these two, because of these two, blockchain is becoming more and more popular wherever we are talking about secure transactions between two trusted parties, essentially. So this will become reality. I think in one of the reports, it was estimated that this will reach to a 20 billion market by year 2025, right? So blockchain takes again another important trend. Quantum computing, I think Mr. Gaikwad also touched base upon it. This is definitely not a new name for us. I think it has been there, but what we have seen is we have seen a very huge spike in its demand in recent years. I think, and even with this COVID-19 pandemic or outbreak, it helped. This quantum computing helped in preventing the spread of pandemic virus through various phenomena or various methodologies quantum computing provides. So this one with the exons, with the growth of quantum computing or computing power, right? We will see it in a various domains like be it marketing, healthcare, or even in finance, right? Wherever, even take an example of finance. If I use quantum technology algorithms, it would probably help us. There will be a lot of complex algorithm behind this, but it will help us automatically trigger our share dealings based on wide variety of market variables, right? That's what the quantum computing will do. Healthcare, right? If you want to do a very targeted treatment based on the various data, for a single person, you do a lot of tests, lot of scanning, x-rays. There's a lot of data captured. There's a history behind that patient. All this data collected and analyzed, you could probably reach to a very accurate diagnostics using quantum computing algorithms. So this will definitely will be another trend to watch out for. I think we are again, industry experts say that this will reach to a 3 billion worth spend in next 10 years. And it has already started showing some positive signs during this pandemic. AR, VR, another interesting technology. I think it has also grown significantly. I think one of the most important AR, VR aspects is we have seen in the recent times where, Byju's, for example, or learning platforms or the education platforms, which are becoming more and more virtual, right? Rather than just doing it on TeamSpeak, they are now making it more interactive, more virtual as you get the feel of sitting in a classroom. So all this augmented virtual reality in terms of gaming, in terms of transportation, education, healthcare segments is going to take the priority, right? Again, a huge market in this, and this is still, I would say, education industry has taken maybe doing this at a more faster rate because of the remote education that is happening, remote education and learning. Other industries will follow. Healthcare is also investing a lot on AR, VR, where you will be able to diagnose a patient remotely, and also use this quantum computing, right? And the last one, Internet of Behavior, right? I think maybe you might not have heard this, but this is new term, right? So far we have been talking about Internet of Things, but Internet of Behavior is another one which is kind of utilization of this IoT data and insights to bring the behavioral change. Just to give a very classic example, insurance companies are working on products where they capture whatever my variable, whatever I have, right? maybe it's a Fitbit or iWatch or any other, right? It captures lot of data about me. It captures where I go, what exercises I do, what I eat, what I don't eat, what are my health parameters, so on and so forth. So it kind of tries to understand my behavior. So insurance companies are now capitalizing on this data and will try to launch, specific insurance plans or health plans for me based on my behavioral patterns. So the next stage of IoT will be IOB, and this could be used even for the consumer. I think there is a customer sentiment analysis session towards the end of this summit. Uh, Maybe there you will touch upon how the consumer sentiments will be analyzed and how the market can be increased in terms of understanding their behavioral patterns on the buying, right? So Internet of Behaviors, using the data collected from IoT and from various sources, will be the next big thing. So, and again, here AI analytics will play a bigger role in this, right? So these are kind of top technology trends that you should definitely watch out for in the upcoming years. And all these are not new, but some of these have taken front seat much earlier than expected because of the what we have seen in last 1.5 years, right? So and as I said, 5G will be a main backbone for this, and it will support all these IoT, AR, VR, AI analytics, quantum computing, so on and so forth, right? So it's important that you get aware of these technology trends, and it will definitely reward you for better career opportunities, right? Just conscious of the time, I'll just spend another 5 minutes, right? So what are the some top technologies? So we spoke about domains, we talk about industries, we spoke about what infrastructure changes that they are doing, what technology changes they are doing. So what does it actually mean? What should I learn, right? Before I pass out from the college, or what students should be enabled for in terms of technology? So these are some of the list of technology. I think someone spoke about he's working on AngularJS. Yes, it's a very popular technology for front-end development. We have Splunk, for example. Splunk is used for cloud-based data platform for security and monitoring. Python, you already know, very popular. A lot of openings in the market around Python. Then you are talking about Cucumber, Selenium, Load Runner, Tosca. These are more, I think somebody was working in testing, spoke about testing, right? So these are some of the testing platforms to do a performance testing, automation tools, functional testing, or more of a business-driven development or a collaboration platform. So these technologies focus more around testing. Then there is Docker and Kubernetes. I think someone spoke about DevOps implementation. So these are definitely the very hot skills in the market today, right? And microservices development, right? Microservices along with cloud knowledge, right? Cloud knowledge, like I think today, as per the market share, Amazon Web Services has the biggest market share, followed by Azure and followed by GCP. But the it keeps on changing, right? It's a very fast growing market. So having knowledge about cloud technologies or cloud computing, along with this technology knowledge like Java, Angular, full stack development, DevOps, is the you it's the trend that all the IT companies are looking for, or even the if you go to the telcos, they are actually typically working on these technologies, right? So that's about the technologies which are very hot in the market. So just to summarize, I think we spoke about a lot of these technologies. So as I said, back then 30, 40 years, if people were told about online shopping or social media platforms or self-driving cars or many more such things, right? They surely would have made fun of it, right? But now, as we all know, we are heavily relying upon these technologies. Flipkarts, Uber, Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, OTTs. These are all enabled. So we have seen in last few years how newer technologies like AI, for example, machine learning, Internet of Things, now Internet of Behaviors, they have conquered the overall CMT world, right? Comms media technology world, and they have overpowered some of these outdated technologies. So this exactly the context of this whole last half an hour, 45 minutes. I wanted to give you a gist of how rapidly the technologies are evolving, how important for us to stay aware of this and get updated with these latest technologies for shaping our business, for shaping our careers accordingly, right? And I think just a key point to notice, right? So the year 2020 specifically, right? As I said, it has paved the way for various technology transitions or transformations for the coming years due to the global outbreak and its effect on the businesses and our lives, right? So eventually, 2021 is expected to show us this major impact. We have already started seeing impacts on the technology advancement and implementation, right? So, like for example, technology companies are already investing on Internet of Behaviors, quantum computing, automation. I think Google recently announced that they have made an advancement to the counter quantum computing, for example, right? So these technologies will top the chart and top the chart as a most favorable technology trend, most trending trends for 2021 and for next few years, right? So my sincere request is understand this market, understand, have sometimes spent on some of these technologies because this will be the trends for the future, right? So with this summary, I just want to close my thoughts, and I hope you found this slides relevant, and it may be you may have heard of some of these technologies, but it's just as I said, this is tip of the iceberg. Huh? Because in 45 minutes, I don't think you can cover kind of transformation the industry is going through. So this is tip of iceberg. There is an immense transformation, innovation happening in the industry, but these technologies are the foundation, laying the foundation for this, right? So thank you very much. I think to all advisors, organizers, and I'm sure there is a lot of planning and tireless effort that has gone behind making this event successful. So thank you very much to the institute and Dr. Gaikwad as well for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Latane, for approaching me. It's a exciting the summit. And last but not the least, thank you to all participants on this call for a very patient listening. And hope you find this useful. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Yogesh sir. Thank you for your nice presentation and sharing your valuable thoughts on industry segment. What are the market share? Which are the challenges faced and strategies for the facing the challenge, and which are the enabling technologies to face this particular one with real-time example. That is so nice of you. So thank you from organizing committee. On behalf of organizing committee, I will thank you. Now, if any question, any participant can ask. Okay. So thank you, Yogesh sir. Now I will hand over this. I'll hand over this session to Professor Tonde Madam for next session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tonde Madam, over to you. Tonde Madam. Tonde Madam, over to you. Hello. Hello, Tonde Madam. Hello. Hello, Tonde madam. Madam is there?
त्यांना कदाचित आवाज जात नसावा सर.
Tony madam, are you there? Yes, yes. She will handle.
Okay. Am I audible, sir? Latane, sir?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes, yes.
Latane, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
Okay. Once again, good morning to all the participants. Now the next is enterprise resource planning, today's need. For this session, we have an eminent personality, Mr. Sushil Kumar, as a resource person. About sir, sir has completed his MTech degree in applied geophysics from IIT Roorkee in 1980. He started his career by working with oil company in IT department for 4 years, from 1986 to 1990. After that, after completion of the joint program MER fellowship, sir is now working as a system manager in IIT Mumbai. Now we are our minute personality for as a resource person. Now I request to Sushil Kumar sir, please act and proceed for the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello.
Welcome, Sushil Kumar sir.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring my slide, and good morning to this session. Just a minute.
Good morning, sir.
Let me bring my slide first.
Sir, please share the screen.
Are you able to see the screen?
No, sir, not yet.
Just a minute.
Sir, near to the mic, one of the symbol of arrow. Arrow here, you just click on share the content. Or you can press Control plus Shift plus E.
Sir?
Control plus Shift plus E.
Madam, audio is not clear. Control Shift and E.
Yeah.
Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes,
No,
sir.
sir. No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Control plus Shift plus O. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Your
sir.
screen is available.
Screen sharing is there. Yes. Not coming. Voice is coming now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Okay. So let me start with my slides. So and good morning to everyone in this session. And earlier I have got the experts' views on the various platforms of the IT and emerging technology. Recently, Yogesh Tople sir has elaborated nicely over the emerging technologies which are going to come or which are in place. And it is a very thrilling kind of a lecture. And out of this, wherever I am here, I'm representing one institute, is the Indian Institute of Geomagnetism. And luckily in the 2019 end, we have adopted one ERP solution for the institute. So in this one institutions, we have, let me give you one brief what this institute is and how it works. This institute is doing the fundamental research in the field of geomagnetism, and its related fields. And various fields are there. So these, this magnetism is the very important factor. Then source is the sun, and the earth is the one of the affecting and sending the magnetic waves to back to the atmosphere, and the coupling is going on, and it is very interesting. So luckily I am the person who is working this institute as per my background, but my responsibility was given as a system manager to manage all the resources and requirement of the institute. And after this, and we have 13 observatories. Why we need the observatories? Because this earth magnetic field changes on latitudinal basis and longitude basis. Latitude are the Indian tip last Kanyakumari is the near to the equator, and when we go to the Kashmir is the far away from the equator. So now the magnetic field keep on changing in all the latitude if move from the bottom to the top. Now question is, we have 13 observatories distributed all over India, including the Antarctic expedition to observe these effects. Now, once this pandemic has occurred and there was a big problem for us, then how to meet these employees? Because few employees are all are distributed in all observatories and regional centers. Now it was a big challenge how to bring them under the one roof, because before this we used to work under the distributed environment like Tally, some store, some kind of inventory softwares and other things, and payroll also some other software. Now the big problem has occurred, once this thing, how to approach, how these people should come in from the suburban of the Mumbai to the Panvel, because I said it, this office is in Panvel. So there is no transportation, no nothing.
Sir,
So
sorry
how
to
to
disturb you.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Sir, your
Yes.
PPT is not scrolling.
Yeah, yes, I kept it there. Just I am giving you the background now.
Okay. No issue.
Okay. So now we implemented the ERP. So ERP it is in the web-based ERP, and it was on CentOS and Tomcat, Apache, and other tools has been adopted on this, and we are almost in the completion phase. So our purpose of this ERP was to go to the manual work to the online access. Online access means the person is reporting to the observatories and doing his job. If it is requirement is there, he has to move somewhere, then he need money to travel, and other than that is the medical expenses or another things. So under this ERP, we have reduced the redundancy work. Earlier we used to do the redundancy work because the once the paper is given from the suppose in the part of Tirunel Valley or Shillong area, then postage was not moving in the pandemic time because of the corona effects. So the parcels were not moving. So how do we do? So in that case, as because this is the platform of IIT, and then it is a beautiful example of how in case of pandemic, how the people have taken the work and operate the day-to-day work. So the speed is the one of the the job of the work can be speed up with this ERP, and the zero computation work in the day-to-day computations and other things, and integration of the all resources. Means all resources means this person, a recruitment, suppose particular person has to be recruited to his emolument, his appointment, his postings, his family requirements, and all the things has to be integrated, other than what research work he will do, how he will publish, and other things. So this is the advantage of the ERP, is the time saving, flexibility, information retrieval, and other things, right? So this is the one part of it. And this is the next is the what are the resources, if any ERP is developed, and how it will move to the user. So there was the IT resources are required in that one. Today is the one of the, as Ajuri sir said, Topli sir said, and that mostly this our telecommunication, the 3G 4G is the one of the requirement. And morning Singh sir has given the lecture from Delhi on this 3G or 4G network. But you see that now, as sir told, that 5G will be a boon to us, and rest of the networks are over the whatever the LAN, WAN, and Wi-Fi communication and optical fibers. And as sir told, and there is a need and of the today fiber and with the speed and other requirement. Now let us go to the IT key point with the choice of the ERP. If you want to choose any ERP, what are the points? You know, any ERP is the costly affairs. It goes in the lakhs, 100 lakhs or more than that, 40 lakhs or so. But for a small institutions to cut on the constraint, because if you have a 200, 300 employees, you cannot pay crores of rupees for implementation. So there is the financial constraint is the more important factor for the selecting the ERP as well as its operation till to last date, because here is the there is a fight between the management where this is it, my job is going on with the paperwork, then why I need it. But pandemic time has shown that there is a need of if there is a societal need now to go to the technology of like ERP and others. And ERP should be it should be a part of emerging technology, as the professor said. Ted told us that this energy, the technology should be of that standard. And there is another part of goes to the skill and skill staff and their wages. If this ERP staff is skilled, and they will demand particular level of it of wages. Otherwise, they will leave the institutions and they will leave the companies, and so the company will not operate. So there is this is the one of the key point which has to be. Second thing is that in India, if we are living, then there is we should have a platform. It should be the platform should support of Hindi regional languages along the English, because our population, because that is the mandatory from the government institutions as well as the local bodies, that you should follow the regional languages. So this is also the important need when we design for the ERP, the integration of the modules. Fourth, so under the integration of the modules, we see all the things like HR module is there, recruitment HR module, and after that his wages, salary, accounts department. In the accounts department, other than his state department, he should allocate quarters, he should allocate his posting where he should go and what time he should go and what are things, and all the things seamlessly can be done it on the ERP. And person concerned can view his data through his mobile phone if he's not able to approach the computers and other things, and that kind of the environment is needed. Now, as you see, there is the ERP system. The ERP system, embedded with this kind of requirement. That means the finance is required, supply chain management, and part of the manufacturing, CRM, human resource, and data warehousing. Now, all these are the part of the ERP systems, but all of them cannot be a part of all institutions and requirement. Now, there is a different dimensions of the ERP that is the education and ERP software, and real estate kind of the ERP software, healthcare ERP, hotel management, and other than ERP, detail system, wholesale distribution of the ERP, part of the ERP applications. Now, these applications are the part of the today's need. And ERP, day-to-day HR work, real-time HR management, because everything has to go in the real time. Person cannot wait. The file, person hasn't gone to the file is lying on his table, and person hasn't seen the file, and so the whole job work has to come to the standstill, and this can and a requirement has to go through, because now if the pending, if we see it is more than 1.5 years. So this kind of the anything cannot road if anybody has. So all this communication and workflows, and this our ERP, whatever we have adopted is, it is on the two kind of a requirement. Uh, I mean, check. One is maker person is there, then another one is a checker person. It means two-way persons, and whatever the things are coming, when the person, then other person verifies it and gives the answer to this. So these are the administrative. I will not go inside of this. So, and another thing is that there is a various I mean strategies are there, like a dispatch and management thing. This is one of the important, when your documentation and everything has to move, or you have to make the, so then you should have a record ki, by I mean somehow if one person's letter has to go to the ministry, and that other than giving to the ministry, it has gone to the some university, that will make the big problem. So as the dispatch has to be online, it has to be monitored what material is going on and how it is going on, and every verification has to be there, and it has to be online. And the file tracking system, any file is going, any approvals, suppose any but material is purchased, so it has to go to the some level of approval. A store assistant will see, then a store officer will see, then his approving authority will see, and other than that they will see whether fund has been granted to that project for which this material is being occupied, being purchased, and this, and finally once everything goes to that, then approved. And finally, in the seamlessly integration is that whenever the material comes, the amount has to be vendor, whosoever has given, where the GST has been cutted and GST has been deposited to the government department. And other than that, that material, whatever you have acquired, is the real material what you have ordered, plus it has to be authenticated by the users and approval. That is the mean of file movement and approval. So then it will goes to the accounts department. The account will prepare the online payment. So this, because as you see now, the check system has been stopped by the banks. Now only the movement is going through the online transactions. So they have to give their own, vendor has to give his own line. Then it accounts, when it is payment is done, then it has to go to the different postings. So everything is there. Then the project wise fund management, university level or in any department, there is always the government works on the budgeting as well as the funding to the different things. So under this budgeting and this thing, finance management, and that has to be constant. See, nobody can ignore while crossing their expenditures. So automatically, maybe the clerk was given one of the person, okay, sir, kindly pass it. I will give you a cup. We'll have a treat or something. Kindly pass it. So that kind of the things cannot come to the ERP, because ERP knows it that whatever the fund is allocated, if is shortfall, it has to go to the management again for the reapproval, and the person has to go again. And the security and transport management, all the department, whether it is a university or factory or anywhere, there is a security is the one of the biggest threat. So there must be IT kind of the things where the person can be online, face the camera, wherever he is moving, his figures are being displayed. This person has come from to this department to this return, and the CCTV cameras are there, so they will monitor it. And the transportation system is there. If any material has to go out, then the particular which vehicle will go and what it is. And it is a huge requirement of the ERP in this. And once the person goes to the superannuation of his life or retirement, pre-retirement or anything, then that is a pensioner's portal. Then person has to, at the time of admission to the retirement, that pension portal, then he gives all benefits, because at the time of pensioning, he opt for the medical benefits. When he go to the benefit, then he has to go to the medical treatment into the prescribed form. And once he can submit his online bill, so the bill will be processed. Suppose bill is processed from the Port Blair, then the bill has to become online, then all the bills has to be scrutinized at headquarters, and finally this bill will be paid. Otherwise, if it is held up in the corona, then 3 months the postage will not get it. So I feel this is the, and now it is that there is another domain is there, major problems in this. And once the ERP is made and the disintegration of the information is very difficult, inefficient resources will cause the major problem. Flaws of the customer relation management, manual GST computing and other things, faulty organization, and data collection error. If any data is wrongly fed or wrong information is fed, that is a big problem to this ERP solutions. And the last is the lack of security, as because the security breach means any nowadays it is like hackers are flowing in the environment, and they want to steal your data, they want to deface your pages, and they want to create all kind of a hack. And that, as in the pandemic time, this information is very crucial, and at that time if any problem comes, then it will be a big problem. ERP certified means there must be the proper knowledge and learning, and that is the function is very much required. And ERP certified employees will help the customer, because if the manpower is not there in the ERP, or they are not well trained, and that they will not be able to function, because the regular there will be a call, sir, I have stuck here, payment is not going, payment, or the forms are not being submitted. So this kind of the things has to be solved, and allow the employees to think big picture. Means once the employee have a free time, rather than earlier they used to do paperwork and take it to the department, submit it there, verify it, my bill. So once the employee is there, then they can quickly complete their job, and that is definitely this is the they will improve their productivity, and it is a return of the investment. And if we go at learning, and is the day-to-day process. So the ERP is the one of the lack of employee training and upkeeping. The ERP requirement, lack of the training and upkeeping is necessary. So this is the essential requirement. Overlooking the software updates, any OS kind of thing, or any platform or anything is required. So that has to be should be tackled in the ERP at a proper time. Adequate access and authentication. The security, a double layer of security, and as the industry is talking about, that kind of things are required. And like switching of the two-factor authentication, like captcha and other things are being asked, and floating, and that is a two kind of the things are really important nowadays. ERP certification, any ERP, then there is a manpower, there is a need of industry. So there, what are the sources which can train the ERP, and trained staff should come to this. So these are the few ERP popular solutions, and training programs are there. With that, you can get it the employees. And the cons of the ERP, because the ERP, the software they're developing is there. As I said it, every point there is a need of the development. So the development phase comes, the new tools will come in our hands. So it is necessary that ERP has a life of 3 to 5 years only. So then there is a different platform and other things. But out of this, the people are educated, people are habitual of using ERP, and that makes the bigger count. So next time you are flipping to the another kind of a platform, and there is advantage to the employee. And second thing is, the one of the cons is that individual means this is a cost that you have to quickly update yourself in 3 or 5 days. One of the ERP solution will get obsolete. And second point is that the knowledge, the people who are working in this environment, users and all, they because by virtue of working, they know the loop and holes, where the loopholes are there, test blocks are there, so they know it how to bypass it. So that kind of thing. So there is a need of the quickly updates of the ERP. And this is the I'm giving you the my screen of the my institute, where the ERP is there. This the leave modules is there, approval flow is there, timing. Every time in and out has been maintained, whether you are late or anything. And if a person cannot apply himself, then there is a he makes a phone call and management. Then the management says okay, and the office will apply the leave on his behalf. And finally, whatever the leaves, credits, and everything, then all the reports are available with him within no time on his fingertips. And with that, I would like to end my session. And thank you very much. If any question it is there, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable guidance about the ERP. Sir has explained very well about the
Yeah, it is a case history,
ERP.
madam. Yeah.
I wish to ask very please participants if you have any question you can ask.
Sir, good afternoon.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, Boliye. Tell me.
Sir, in the current scenario of cloud
Yes, sir.
computing, and we talk about various platforms, do you feel that ERP is taking a backstage, sir?
Sir, it is a this ERP can be posted in cloud also. There is no problem on that. The it is a one kind of a means a screens which is required, and cloud computing is nothing but it is a of this right now. Let me give you some information on that, because the cloud is not I mean, some my management says it's about data and financial data. Everything will be still. So don't go to the cloud. We will go on the I mean premises basis computations. So I think management has to learn little bit on this cloud, as Tople sir has told, and there is a need. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question, participants? If you have any other question, please ask.
Ma'am, one small question, please.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, when we have this ERP
Yes, sir,
on
yes,
cloud
sir.
computing, does it pose a threat to data security?
Yeah, of course, everything available, sir.
Yes.
Once your
Does it pose
bank account can
a
be
threat
threatened.
to data security?
Sir, I didn't get you.
No, especially when we talk about next generation firewalls also, will they not be working, sir?
Sir, both in the technology, hackers are also working and finding out their loopholes. They are also studying. And I said, Tople sir said, fiber technology. Fiber also has to be secure. Means that thing, technology has to come. So I mean, this is the adoption. How many institutions, how many companies have adopted this costly affair of the ERP? That is also limited, sir. The question is, the security is of course it is a big threat. Once once we use the any banking applications from our mobile, and sometime every day you listen 50,000 gone, 10,000 gone, 5,000 gone. So this is the ERP, sir.
Yes.
This is the whole company data is there. That is under the big threat, and company is more worried about it.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Absolute, sir.
Any more question, please?
I think there is no more questions.
Okay,
So I
thank
will.
you, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
to
you, Sunil Kumar sir.
sir,
So much.
valuable knowledge about the ERP. Sir has also explained about the pros and cons of ERP certification. I hope that the participant has received the valuable knowledge about ERP. Now I request to Kulkarni madam, please proceed for the session. Kulkarni madam, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Is it visible screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. 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 So, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Anuradha Kulkarni. Welcome you all for the session in automation in government and private organization. So for this, we have with us our resource person, Ms. Tejasri Vari. She completed her computer engineering from Government College of Engineering, Jalgaon. Also completed her masters from SIT Lonavala and worked as a system administrator at Hasti Bank. Also
Madam, you are not audible. You are muted.
Well, we lost your connectivity.
You are muted, madam. Unmute
no,
yourself.
no, no. Anyone is muted, I think. Okay. Now I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Now you are audible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. So we have with us Ms. Tejasri Bari, which is working as a technical officer 1 at IIG Mumbai. She completed her BE in computer engineering from Government College of Engineering, Jalgaon, and completed her masters from SIT Lonavala. Worked as a system administrator at Hasti Bank. Also worked as an assistant professor at Vishwaniketan College of Engineering and worked as a programmer at ACTRC Tata Hospital, Navi Mumbai. Currently, she is working as a technical officer 1 at IIG Mumbai. I welcome you, ma'am, and please take this virtual bouquet.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I request Tejasri ma'am to share his knowledge regarding with automation in government and private organization. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, dear all participants, prominent officials, and dignitaries from different sectors. Good morning and welcome to my session, which is on automation and computerization in government and private sector. Before going to the session, I would like to elaborate more regarding my work details so that we can have some familiar and fruitful and healthy discussion today. Initially, I have started my career in banking sector. I have worked as a system administrator in Hasti Bank, which is one of the reputed bank in cooperative sector in Dhule district. And as a system administrator, I was looking after the core banking software available there. It was outsourced software. And in order to make it more effective and useful to the customers and users, we have developed many tools in Java platform there. And that tools were used by the peoples in organization and customers also. The major project I have there was the ATM monitoring system, in which we are monitoring all the ATMs of that bank continuously through a network. And if the ATM is in online mode, it will be signaled through green color, and if it is in offline, it will be signaled through red color. This continuous monitoring is there for checking the efficiency of the ATMs. Then afterwards, I have joined as assistant professor at Vishwaniketan College of Engineering, Khalapur. And at there, I was working as assistant professor, and on teaching part, I have taught the subjects like database management system, distributed databases, and also I have developed one software there called the feedback monitoring system.
This software was mainly for taking the feedbacks of the faculties from students. It was a web-based developed application. It was developed in ASP.NET, database was in SQL Server, and this software was taking feedback from all the students and generating reports that are required for administration. Then afterwards, I have joined at Actrek Kharghar. This is a unit of Tata Hospitals in Navi Mumbai, and I am working as programmer there. As a programmer, I was looking after the account software there. In account software, we were looking for the payroll, financial management system, and project management system. These three systems were looked after by me, and these are the outsourced software. And if there is any requirement, we are going to customize it as per the requirement of our employees and customers. Then after Actrect, I have joined Indian Institute of Geomagnetism, which is a premier research institute under Department of Science and Technology. I am working as technical officer there. Actually, I was wholly recruited there for the purpose of computerization and automation. Before I joined, there was completely paperwork there, and after my joining, I am working with Sushil sir, who had a session just before. We both are working in a team together to move towards a paperless office. And as he said, we had a ERP system in place from 2019, and currently we are running it smoothly in order to have our journey towards the paperless office. So I have knowledge regarding both the. I have worked in private sector also and government sector also, and seen how the computerization is working there. So I thought I could share my views and my experience regarding the same with you all. So I will now start my presentation and share my PPTs. Just wait. Are my PPTs visible to all?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Now, automation in government and private organization. This is my today's topic, and we will see how the automation process will be carried out in government and private organization. This automation is basically in terms of computerization. So, first of all, we will see how the general organization structure is. Whether it is a government organization or it is a private organization, both the organization have similar pillars on which they are built. That is process, peoples, technology, and resources. The general management structure of both the organization is different. Approval flows are different, but the pillar on which the organizations work and on which they are built are same. Processes are how the tasks are completed in that organization. Like our institute is research institute, so what research we carried out, how the research is going to be carried out. Then next pillar is the people, which peoples or which stakeholders are there in that organization. Next is the technology, how the technology will be used. We are geomagnetism, we are doing research in geomagnetism and using MATLAB and statistical softwares for data analysis purpose. This technology is used at IIT. Some other software institute is there, they may be using some other technology. So technology differs according to the type of institute. And then the resources, what resources are available then to carry out their work. These are the four pillars which are similar to both the private and government organizations also, and on which the organization is working. Next. So why computerization is needed in these organizations? Actually, computerization is needed in order to improve the efficiency of the organization. Currently, we can see that most of the private organizations are having computerization in place, but many government organizations are lagging in that. And for the same purpose, government has started the movements like Digital India, and as a part of that, National Informatics Center has developed one system called e-office, and this has been used by many government organizations, which is a type of ERP system being used by all the government organization, and it is providing uniform platform for computerization to all the government organization. In future, we hope we can see all the government organization are computerized through this uniform platform. So computerization is needed because we want to achieve some benefits in regards of the performance, in regards of the achievement of our institute. The main reasons to have the computerization is increased productivity. Any organization who is working needs to improve their performance in terms of productivity to have success. Then improve decision making. If computerization is there in place, then we can have statistical information and all the details required to make the decisions at our hands, and so decision making can be done at fast, and this decision making ensures more accuracy. Then reduced errors. Man-made errors are most common when there is workload is more. Under pressure, we can make the mistakes, but machines or computers are the things which work uniformly. If there is a lot of pressure, also the work will be correct and there will be no error. So in order to ensure the error-free work, we use the computerization. Then reduced cost. Reduced cost means we need to invest in computerization, but this investment will result in will give us better outputs in future, which will reduce our overall cost. Next, then in order to have computerization in place at organization, there are many challenges the organizations face, and the main challenges they face are the basic and the most important is the financial constraint. If we want to computerize our institute, then we should have sufficient resources available. We should have computers in place, servers in place. We should have network connectivity in place. All these things require finance, and so financial constraint is the key point for having computerization. If your institute is capable enough to bear the finance, then we can have the computerization. Then there are technological barriers. Means nowadays day-to-day new inventions are carried out, and we can see that technology is emerging very fast. We are having lots of options to have the computerization. So to go with which option, and if we go with that technology, then sufficient manpower is available or not. To think on all these things, technological barriers are also there. Then person identities is also there. If we want to computerize something, then there should be some identity. There should be some primary key available. If there is no primary key, means I have employee and I am using their names only, there is no file number, no employee ID there, then I cannot computerize my employees data. So similarly, for everything there should be some unique identification, and for that unique identification purpose, organizations should have the provision to make all the assets, all the employees in that identities. And this is also a challenge for organization to decide on the format in which they want to convert the data, and all the decisions need to be taken. So person identities is also a challenge. Then lack of a key person. If organization is having everything to have computerization, but there is no key person who can understand the system, who can make the system usable in their environment, then there is no use of system. So key person is also a very important part. If there is a key person, if you are having some key person who is talented enough to bring that computerization in your organization, then computerization can proceed and success. Then next barrier is different languages. As we all know that in India there are lots of languages. As we pass by one region to another, regional languages also change. And if we are using computerization, which will be used by people's users, and if it is in their own language, then it will be very effective. So this is demand that the software should be in their own language. And now from government also we have a constraint that we should have a bilingual development. That is, we should have development in both English and Hindi as well. And for this multiple language support also, there is a challenge for computerization. If software is not able to be converted in your own language, your understandable language, then its usability will be affected in future. Then lack of integration. Integration is also a key point. Integration, if you are having standalone models which are not integrated, they may cause the redundancy, repetition of work. So it will not give you the desired outcomes. So integration is also important. So we can see these are the challenges which needs to be overcome if we want to have computerization in place at our organization. That is financial constraints, technological barriers, identities, lack of key person, different languages, and lack of integration. The next, then office administration. In order to have computerization, main part to automate is the administration of your office. There are many components of administration part. As shown in the figure, there is human resource, there is planning, there is inventory management, reporting, customer relationship management, sales and marketing, finance and accounting, and production. These are all the parts of office administration and all the major components of office or administration. All these components need to be automated if you want to have a fruitful computerized system to your organization. Main part is human resource. Under human resource, you have many activities like managing employee records, managing their leave details, managing employees' personal details. Next is the finance and accounting, in which you make budgeting ledgers, and various bills and claims are also processed. Then another main part is inventory management, where all the assets, inventory, stores, and purchase activities are carried out. All these are the different parts of the administration of any office. These are common to all the offices, and if these parts are computerized, you can have the effective computerization in your office. Next. We have seen the different parts of the office administration, and if these parts are computerized, then they will give us the in terms of automation and computerization. And one solution for the automation of all these different pins of administration is ERP software. ERP software is the software which automates the business processes that are carried out in our organization, and integrates these all processes into one software and gives us the better performance and results. In ERP, long form of ERP is Enterprise Resource Planning Software, in which enterprise represents the organization which you are going to automate. Then resources are the different resources available to the organization, like money, material, manpower, machinery, etc. Then planning is the effective utilization of these resources in order to achieve the desired outcomes. So ERP softwares are more, used by most of the organizations today. We also have moved to the ERP because we are getting lots of benefits. We are saving our employees labor work. We are saving our quality time of the employees that we can utilize for quality work. And ERP also give us many benefits that we will see ahead. Then this ERP system now currently we are using is evolved from 1960. We will see how this is evolved. In 1960s, from the time of mainframe computers, ERP system is getting evolved. First development of the ERP system was started from finance and accounting system. The most important part of any organization is finance and accounting. And ERP development has also started from this part. Then in finance and accounting model, it was the very first model in ERP, in which it has automated the general ledgers, accounts, and financial reporting, budgeting. In 1970s, this accounting part along is extended, and a new module was added for purchase processes, sales order purchasing processes, and these two modules were used from 1970s as a part of computerization, and these both are the standalone modules. Then in 1980s, these two modules were integrated into a MRP, that is Material Requirements Planning, and this integrated platform of finance and stores or sales module given a very good performance. After that, ERP was introduced with the introduction of HR module. With the introduction of HR module, ERP was completely able to automate the processes of any organization. It has handled the HR part also, it has handled the stores part also, and it has handled the accounts part also. These are the three major parts of any organization. And with the introduction of HR part in 1990s, ERP was completely there in place with the client server architecture that is basically in existence at that time. With these three modules were integrated. Then after 2000s, internet has introduced to the ERP, and we have started using web-based ERP systems. Then in after 2010, another reformation has introduced with the introduction of cloud computing in ERP system. So this was the evolution, how the ERP has evolved from 1960s to today. Today we are using cloud also. This is the choice what the organization wants to use, whether they want to use cloud, whether they want to use web application. It particularly depends on the nature and decisions taken by that whole organization. Then integration, that is the key feature of ERP system. We have seen evolution of ERP from 1960s, but the main key feature of ERP system is the integration. We can say that integration is like the soul of ERP system. Without integration, ERP system will be the body without heart, because if integration is there, then all the processes will be automated very fruitfully and will give the desired outcomes. And we can see over here in the figures that if integration is not there in non-integrated system, how the modules will be developed? There will be one module and one database, one module and one database. But if we are having ERP system with integration, then there will be a centralized database, and all the modules will be accessing the same database, reflecting their result into the same database, and this will really achieve the targets that we want to achieve through computerization. This will reduce the redundancy of work, this will reduce the repeated actions, this will reduce the inconsistency in database, and this will maintain the centralized control over the database. This is what we want to achieve through computerization. So key feature of any ERP system is the integration. If you have a smooth integration in ERP system, your ERP system is very much successful. But if your ERP system is having different modules which are not integrated properly, then the whole system may collapse and it will not give the desired outcome. So while we are doing any type of automation in our organization, then this integration part should be looked after very carefully. Then planning. If we want to have ERP system in our organization, then we have to plan rigorously. And this is the very first step towards the ERP implementation in any organization. And this is the most important phase. If planning is not proper, then further actions cannot be done properly. First of all, we need to decide whether ERP is needed. If your organization is a small organization, and it is not having that much load, that much number of processes, that much number of transactions, then you may skip to have a ERP. You can have a standalone application, because if your organization is small scale organization, it is not having that much finance, then ERP may become the costly solution for your organization. If your organization is having lots of transactions, then you can buy ERP and you can think of taking ERP solution to your organization. So first of all, we have to decide whether we want ERP or not. If we want ERP, then we have to think upon how our existing processes are carried out, and how these processes will be bring into the ERP system. And for this process, there will be some change in existing workflow, and that change needs to be managed. Then when this change is incorporated in workflow, how much amount of changes are needed, that needs to be decided. Then we have to decide how we want to develop have ERP, whether we want ERP in-house developed or we want to outsource ERP solution. We have to basically decide that. Then we have to, if we are developing in-house, we have to think upon whether we have sufficient manpower, sufficient resources available. If we are thinking to outsource, then we have to initiate necessary tendering process or necessary approach that is required to have ERP in place. Then next is the consultant required or not. If we are not having that much expertise who will be capable of managing ERP system, then better we can have some consultant hired to guide us regarding the ERP implementation in organization. So initially we have to think upon these things also. Then who will be in the ERP team? Then after finalizing all the team, we have to think whether uh, we have to think upon who will manage this ERP system. Then in that team, there will be some persons from technical point of view and some persons from administration point of view. With this combination, you can have a fruitful ERP system, which will be very useful to your organization. Then whether the training is essential. Training to the users of ERP system for computer use is required, then that should also be given. Training to the ERP team, if required, that should also be given. This part should also be considered. Then how the ERP you want to implement. If you have lots of modules, then you can decide to divide them into the phases and have a phase-wise implementation of ERP. Or if you have a less modules, then you can have a big bang, or in one go you can implement the whole ERP. Then after ERP has been implemented, then also we have to review the system from time to time in order to check whether it meets the customer requirements, whether it is up to date as per the rules and regulation, and whether it is meeting our expectations or not. And if any customization is needed in future, that should also be incorporated in order to make it more useful. So basically, we need to plan very well before going to have an ERP solution. So next, along with planning, we have to decide upon various we have to take various decisions, like which software platform we are going to use. We are going to use open source platform or not. There are various platforms available, which one is suitable to our organization, and which we are going to use. That needs to be decided at first. Then we have to decide upon the databases, which type of database we are going to use, whether it is SQL Server, Oracle, MySQL. This also needs to be done. Then also along with database, we have to decide upon data security. We have to decide upon whether we need DR side, that is the disaster recovery side, in case any problem is there on our premises and our server crashes. Then on that time we can access the data from DR side. So for continuous service of the ERP system, you have to take decisions regarding this. Basically, you have to, before going to purchase an ERP or procure an ERP, you have to think upon, you have to be clear about the software and database platforms in your mind. Then what type of architecture you are going to use. You are using cloud to place your system resources, or you are placing the resources on your premises, or you are using the combination of both. This also needs to be decided. At IIG, we are placing the premises on resources on our premises. As per the need of organization can choose any option. Then final ERP implementation. ERP implementation will be done in various stages. The first one is discovery and planning. Basically, in this phase, you have to just put it down what processes are being carried out in your organization, how they are carried out, and what you are expecting from computerized system. This process is called the SRS writing, that is system requirement specification. This type of document you have to prepare, through which you can mention what is currently going on and what is expected from the new system. Then second step is the evaluation and selection. In this step, you have to evaluate the requirements document and also take various strategic decisions like software platforms, database architectures that we have seen earlier. We have to plan. All these things need to be in this stage after reviewing the SRS document, that is software requirement specification document. Then third phase is design. At this stage, the SRS document is put on into the workflows or blueprint where how the activities will be carried out is shown, and what kind of changes will be done when we computerize the system will be noted down there, and if that changes are acceptable, then the system will be further given to the development. Actual development is done, development of the system will be done in the fourth step. Then there is a testing. This is also a very important step for ERP implementation. Once the running module is available for ERP, you have to test it rigorously from all aspects, so that when it is made live, the user should not face any problem, any technical difficulties, and there may come some errors. But from our end, at the part of testing, we should try to test it on all the aspects, and we have to check whether all the functionalities are working fine or not. Then after testing is done, the system will be deployed, and with deployment, you have to give training to the users how the system will be used, and how the system should be accessed. You have to make aware users regarding the menus available in the system, and you have to share the credentials, and all the details should be given to the users when deployment is done. And the seventh step is support. After the ERP is go live, continuous support should be there. Means if a user is facing some problems, then there should be continuously availability of a resource person from ERP team in order to solve their problems. If this is not done, then the people will be reluctant to use your ERP systems, and they will face that this system is very troubling them rather than helping them. So it is very important that user support should be continuously given, and all the queries of users should be solved. So we have seen that for ERP implementation, there are 7 phases, 7 stages in which the development can be done. These stages may be time consuming, and we can take much time on to focus on these stages. But once it is deployed, there should not be something missing functionality. So we have to rigorously plan for this all the steps, and carefully develop the ERP system and test it well. Next, uh, as we have seen, we have to plan for ERP. We have to follow all the stages to have ERP system or computerization in place at our organization. Still, there are chances that we may fail because of these things, as given in the PPT. The first is failure to set up the realistic expectation. If we have set some expectation from the system at the beginning, which are not realistic, very unexpected, very unrealistic expectations are there, then the system cannot meet our requirement, and this will lead to failure of the system. Then the second is the failure to embrace the change. When ERP is brought to your organization, and it is in place, at that time the users have to change their working culture. Means when the users are initially using files to write down, but now they have to do everything in computer, and most of the time these users are very reluctant to do that. They think that this is very troubling them very much, and this type of behavior from users may hamper your ERP system and hamper computerization in your organization. So you have to make the users also comfortable with the system, and you have to ensure that this system is going to help them in a long run. So if we fail to do this, then our ERP system may also fail. Then also lack of commitment by key stakeholders. This is also important point which may cause the ERP system to break. Actually, all the persons in ERP should commit and meet to their commitments. If anyone refuses at the later stages, then the ERP system will not work. Then lack of competent manager. If manager is not capable enough to manage the project effectively, then the ERP system may get hampered. Then failure to modify or align the system with business processes. This may also happen after the deployment of the system. If you are not able to modify anything, then the system will not be usable for long time. So the system should be developed in such way that in future also it will be able to modify or customize some basic data. Then failure to budget for complementary software. Actually, after ERP is deployed, you may as we go on using it, we may feel that some additional part is also required. This part is also required. If we take this part, the system will more effective. And if in such case we do not have such resources available, such financial constraint available to purchase such systems, then also ERP system may break down. Then ignoring common application deficiencies is also it may also cause us may also lead to failure of ERP system. Then over reliance on consultants is also dangerous factor for ERP implementation. If we are having some consultant from the ERP implementation and at the last moment he is not there, he is not committing his commitments, then at that time we can have some serious issues. So we should be ready whether the consultant is with us or not with us. We should be ready with our plan. Then burdening the implementation process on the IT department. This is also a main problem with ERP implementation, and this is a very common problem in most of the organizations. People think that ERP is the part of only the IT department, and it is the not part of our work. In that case, so the sole IT department cannot do all this work. The peoples in other departments should also cooperate and interact to and give their inputs for successful ERP implementation. So we have seen how to plan for ERP, how it can be developed, and what are the reasons for its failure. So we should be ready for these reasons, for these points also. If in case for our bad luck, if it happens, we should have a plan B ready in order to overcome these failure chances. Then what benefits we are going to have with the implementation of ERP system? First of all, in terms of process, our processes will be completely visible to all. That is, it will be a transparent process. Then time required to complete the process will be very less, and regulatory compliance will be there in order to manage it from higher authorities. Then for customers, they will be able to get the up-to-date information. They will get a better customer experience as they can use the system as and when required in order to fetch the required details. Then customer retention will also be there. Then for business, decision making will be easier as we have all the statistics, all the previous information available with us. Then cost effective will be provided. Then revenue will be of course improved if all these things are done well and proper. Then for operations, there will be accurate data available. If we are managing data on papers or something else, or in Excel also, there may be a chances that data get tampered. So in terms of ERP system, the chances are very less. Then real-time metrics can also be available. We can have real-time data at a glance. Then supply chain forecast can be done as we are having data with us. Then for data, there is data security we can enforce. Data centralization will be there, and on the go data access will also be provided. These are the major highlights that we can achieve through ERP system implementation. But in the reality, when we are having ERP system in place at our institute, then we are getting many benefits. Like if we are having some we have to give some urgent data to some authorities. We have to query some RTIs that are received. Then at that time also, within a very less time, we can fetch the required and accurate information. So ERP or any type of computerization in your organization is going to benefit you. If you are having computerization in place, then very good. If it is not, if it is in standalone models, and if your organization is capable enough to have an ERP, then I would suggest to have the ERP system in place and have the benefits from the ERP system. Thank you. If anyone having any doubts, any suggestions, any concerns, the forum is open. Please give your valuable suggestions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable notes.
Thank you.
If any queries are there from participant side, you can ask the questions.
Hi ma'am, one question is here. While doing this automation and all the transaction, how you will ensure your security regarding data leak?
Actually, for data, there are various security standards, and security audit is also performed for that purpose. After the implementation, we will go for security audit, and once it is certified by a certain agency, we will enforce. It will enforce proper data security mechanisms there in order to secure our data. Basically, all the authentication processes are there in software application development stage, but at database level also we can maintain some security like encryption, decryption techniques with latest technologies.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, is there is any question? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing the computerization, what are the benefits, then what are the different challenges, as well as how we can use the ERP, what are the different key features of ERP, as well as you told also the different reasons for failure also. So very good this. I very much thank you, ma'am. Now I request Supriya, ma'am, for the next session. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
1 minute. Latane, sir, please start the recording, sir. Supriya, ma'am, you start also recording.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. I welcome today's session guest, Mr. Ashutosh Srivastav, sir, Practical Head ERP Dynamistic Private Limited, Ahmedabad. I welcome sir. Sir is the resource person of today's session. The topic is Dynamics 365 ERP application. Sir, having 12 plus year ERP solution and consultancy experience, they handle 60 plus ERP implementation. Sir handles small, medium enterprise customer and other big client across the global. Attribute for the 400 plus dynamic ERP demos and pre-scale engagement across the global. So I request Ashutosh sir, please start your session and give your importance notes to us. Thank you, sir. Ashutosh sir, over to you. Hello. Sir, please increase volume. Ashutosh sir.
Yes, Latane sir, if any having any issues, any problem, if if any issues are from the Ashutosh side, please go to the next. You are not audible, Latane sir.
I'm audible?
Yes, Vivek sir.
Hello,
Hello.
am I audible?
Yes, yes,
This is
Ashutosh.
Ashutosh.
Yes, Ashutosh sir. Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sorry, there was some network issues at my
Yes. Welcome, sir.
disconnected. Yeah, thank you.
Sir,
Okay, so let me share my screen. Please let me know once you start seeing my screen. Hello.
So screen is visible.
Okay. First of all, warm welcome from Dynamicity Private Limited, and as well as lots of loads of appreciation and thanks to the SIT organizing team for organizing such a wonderful event, which will enrich and enlighten the new generations which is coming up, and how they have, where they have to structure themselves in terms of their career growth in when it goes into the ERP industry. As many speakers before me have rightly said that ERP is one of the business need which is going ahead, and there are some many researchers which says that ERP is almost around 45 to 50% companies are going with the tier 1 ERPs, and there are many other companies those who are not in the bucket of tier 1 ERPs, but they are using the localized ERPs application as well. So overall ERP market is like I can say it is around somewhere around 85 to 90% where the companies are using ERP or any other application to do their day-to-day business. So to go ahead with the session, let me first introduce what we are, who we are, what is our mission, and what is our vision. Dynamicity is I would say, a group of consultants who has a common focus or a common goal, where they want to deliver their customers where the prominent solution where they can use that application into their day-to-day business activities, where they are having very less issues, very less concerns, where they can visualize their business process flow in Dynamics, Microsoft Dynamics stack as well. Our vision is we focus more on being a customer business specific solutioning, but yes, the solutioning which we do it from the Microsoft stack. When we talk about Microsoft stack, there are many products which comes into that. Your future slides I will show you about that. And along with that, I have a process where we see ourselves as one of the prominent solution provider and preferred solution provider globally, where we work on various customer requirements irrespective of the industry, whether it is from the sales, from the financial institutions, from the manufacturing industry, from a retail industry, or from a trading, or pharmaceutical, or a construction, or a project based service industry, or a service, or only which this does into the normal service industry. Let's say we have a heavy industrial equipment and equipments, and whether there are specific companies those who does in the maintenance and management of those industrial equipments. So how Dynamics can help them in building and growing up their business force? Dynamicity contributes towards that. So going forward, what is our agenda towards today, what we are going to do today, and what we are going to look out for going to have a view in this. First thing is I would be talking about general ERP. I know there are professors who there were multiple sessions I had, those who have talked about ERP. The vision and the view of ERP is the same. There are different interpretations and different representations of those ERP views. Then we will talk about Dynamics 365 NAV or BC, how that particular product evolved, how was that product initially, what was it named, and how it has overviewed it. Then the features in few modules, and then I will take you to a small walkthrough onto the application to show you how the Dynamics 365 give you a look and feel of Dynamics 365 BC application. So let's take about how what is ERP. Theoretically, everyone says that ERP is about planning, it's about manufacturing, it's about sales, marketing, efforts, and that is in one system, one management systems. And yes, traditionally there were many scenarios. Traditionally, there were many scenarios where all these applications, all these departments were having their own databases. Now, ERP is something which brings all this together into a single database. Where when I talk about single database, it is more about not only about having a single application to control it, but it is more about the interrelation between those interrelation between those processes. So simply, if I call it about technically, we say it is an integrated business application where it carried out common business functions. For example, if I take from the finance angle, then its general ledger is more important, accounting and or order management is more important. All those things comes in as a part of ERP application. Now, how the ERP evolved? What was the ERP initially? In 1960s, ERP was just only used for the inventory control. In 70s, ERP was for requisition planning, material requisition planning, which is MRP. Now MRP play is one of the section of your manufacturing planning. Now when the based on the 70s and the base of the usabilities and everything, in 80s MRP was evolved and it was termed as MRP2 as manufacturer resource planning, which includes material requirement planning as well. And it is an extended to the floor management, to the distribution management and everything. And in mid 90s it was an enterprise resource planning, where in enterprise resource planning it was not only the material requisition or a manufacturing resource plan, it was also the finance, it was also the procurement, it was also the sales, along with the inventory management. And one of few of our speakers have rightly mentioned about the budgets. ERP also includes the budgets, and it's not only the including of the budget, it's more about the doing having the control mechanism over the budgets. Now in 2020s, as everyone is talking about the cloud, there are Azure platforms, there are AWS platforms and everything. Now Microsoft ERP is evolving and they are being represented as a cloud business application. Now when it comes as a cloud business application, we termed it as a SaaS model, software as service, as a module where the businesses, the organization, the customers, they don't have to shred out a huge amount of money when they go for an ERP implementation. Their licenses cost of those application, the ERP application is brought down and it is being bifurcated into the monthly billing or into the monthly cycles of their expenses, where they can directly expense out their usage of ERP applications. Now let's move ahead and see what is how when we talk about ERP, who are the players in the ERP market, who are the which ERP is being considered as a tier 1 ERP. So if you see in this quadrant, mm, if you see in this quadrant, there are Infor as a one of the ERP provider, Oracle as a ERP provider, Microsoft as an ERP provider, IFS as an ERP provider. Oracle again with another product of NetSuite ERP is again having a ERP provider. Now these are all the uh, players in the ERP industries. Now, if you see, this quadrant has four sections. One are the niche players, one are the visionaries, one is the leaders, and one is the challengers. So Microsoft, we deal in Microsoft. We will talk more about Microsoft in our today's session. So if you see, Microsoft is placed in a visionary section which is leaning towards the leadership. Hmm. Similar way, if I see the nucleus research, research value matrix, then you can see Microsoft has two products. One is Microsoft D365, which is a part of a leader, and it is constantly staying there. And second is the Microsoft Dynamics Business Central, which is a part of facilitator and which is moving towards the leadership quadrant. We will be talking more about Dynamics 365 Business Central in today's session. So let's talk about Dynamics 365. When I talk about Microsoft Dynamics 365, Microsoft Dynamics 365 is not only one part of the application. Microsoft Dynamics 365 contains of two different segment of the business. One is the CRM, which is more called as a customer resource management, which includes marketing, sales, customer service, field service. And second is the ERP. When we talk about ERP, it is finance and operation, which is formerly known as AX. Now second is the business central, which is again formerly known as NAV. But right now the quadrant is having instead we still have the NAV existence and NAV usability available, because some of the areas in the globe are not there. The business central is not yet released. Microsoft has released business central to India in a recent times. So you will have a very good scope if the companies, those who are looking out for an ERP change and they don't have a huge budget, they can very well evaluate business centrals in terms of for the ERP application. Now let's see what business central was, how business central was, uh, why the business central is being there now, how it has reached to this place now. In mid 90s, the business central was known as Avesta. Then uh, in mid 90s, the developers of business centrals, they planned it and they renamed and they rebranded it as Navision. And in the millennium decade, the Microsoft has procured over there. Microsoft have procured four applications at that time. One was Microsoft Dynamics NAV, which was Navision. Then there was Microsoft Dynamics GP, which was known as Great Plains. Then Microsoft Dynamics AX, which was known as Accepta. And one is Microsoft Dynamics SL. Once the Microsoft has taken over this application, they rebranded it and relaunched those products many times. In October 2016, it was they were rebranded and launched it at NAV 2016. In 2017, it was launched and named as uh, in 2017 it was launched and named as Business Central. Then Microsoft, as it was the in 2018 it was launched globally. In India it has been launched in recent times. So what are the features which we have in Dynamics 365, or what are the features which we can see, which we can use, a business can perform in Dynamics 365 BC? One is the in financial management, they can have their accounts receivable and payable, which we call it as a customer and vendor payments and vendor detail invoicings. The bank reconciliation, which is again your cash management, which will lead into your cash flow management and all those things. The fixed asset management, which is more of your land and machineries and the fixed assets the organization possess. And it also provides you a feature of monthly and yearly closing. What is, and I would say personally, this is one of the very important and major feature from a business angle in terms of when it comes to the financial positioning of the organization. Along with that, sales and service management, where you can have a code generation done. Your sales rep can generate quotation. You have the contact management, because when I talk about contact management, it is not about your customer. You can also track and maintain the contact details of your prospects. You can also have an individual contact details from a relative prospects. Like for example, Dynamicity, who is the contact person for Dynamicity? It's Vivek Patel or it's Ashutosh Srivastava. So what are the contact details of Vivek Patel and Ashutosh Srivastava? You can maintain those details in the contact management. Along with that, you have a sales invoicing, where you can do an invoicing to the customers. Now this sales invoicing and can again have a workflow applicable to this. where a user cannot do invoice without an approval for the customer, because there is a process. There are many organizations where they don't do a direct invoicing in case of verifying the issues with the GST authorities. If there are returns, then there are many clarifications and everything is required. So application provides a flexibility where you can have a workflow into that. Payment processing, you can go ahead and you can have payment details for the payment details for your customers. Whatever the payments you have received, you can do that. Hmm. Then next is the project management. Now the project management is one of the most beautiful and new feature which has joined in Microsoft Dynamics BC, is which includes the capacity planning, budgets and estimates, job processing, costing, resource management. Now when we talk about the project management, we relate with more with the construction industry, we relate with more with the software industries, we relate more with the auditing firms, where I have my resources, my management, my resources are my employees. There are specific machines which I maintain as a resource. I can see what are the availability of those particular resource in capacity planning. How is the budget? How I can define a budget and I can estimate based on the specific assignments for the particular project. Let's say I have an assignment of implementing an ERP in one of the company. Then what is my budget and what was my estimation against that? I can define those details here, and based on this I can have a project level traceability in Dynamics BC, where I can see whether my particular project is within the budget or it is going beyond the budget. As well as when I'm doing it, we have a specific section where we can do the assignment of project manager for this particular project, and we can have a detail and details from him for the particular process. When I talk about job and processing, what do we mean by job, and what do we talk about what we mean understand by process costing? Now, as I said, I'm doing an ERP implementation and my employees are my resources, which is playing a vital role in doing that. So whenever a resource is doing performing any activity on a particular project or a particular job, I ask them to register their timesheet. And when they register their timesheet, I have a specific cost attached to them. I will see whether the costing of those particular things are being going in a right place or not. categorize essence discs as a part of palette, or I can also categorize this as a box. And what would be the unit resemblance? We can go ahead and define in my unit of measure attributes. Along with that, if I want to have a visibility about what are the specific shelf number where I'm storing in my warehouse, I can capture those details here. I can have a visualize like how much inventory of that particular product is there into the system, and how much quantity of that particular product is there in purchase order. When what we understand with the quantity on purchase order is I have placed the order, but I have not yet received the goods. So this is the quantity which you will be able to, once the receipt is done, then you can ask your salesperson to place an order about it as well. Now this gives an upper edge to your sales team. They have a visibility of what inventory is coming there, what inventory will be coming to us, so they plan their sales pitch, they can plan their interaction with the customers accordingly. Over here I can define what is the cost about it, what is my costing method. Now costing method itself is a very big and huge within itself. The majorly used costing methods are FIFO, which is someone call it as a FIFO, someone call it as a FIFO. And what does it mean is first in first out. And the second major use costing method is average, which is based on your average purchase and sales, what is your average cost that is being calculated over there. Now how we are purchasing it, we are doing the transaction. Now as I'm saying that all these particular transactions and everything are related with your financials, then how any transactions which are happening here is related to financials is the combination is with the setup done on this side where we call it as a general product posting group and inventory posting group. So if I say I want to see the retail general product posting group, I can go ahead and I can see the setup against that, where it gives me that if there is any sales done against that, then which account has to be interact, which accounts has to be impacted and everything. We can configure all those details over here. Hello. And along with this, in India, every particular product is connected with an HSN code, which is a part of GST. So I can directly go ahead and relate these things here. Now, for that, I need to just take first to map it to the GST group code, and then I would be able to see what are my HSN codes against that. So I can, once I do this mapping, all the relations of all the mapping of this will be done here. So now let's go ahead, and this was the item. Let's go ahead and see how the purchase order is being done. Before going to purchase order, let's see the vendors, how the vendor management is being done. I can define what are the vendors who there, which this is a picture of the contact person to whom I am interacting with. That I can capture those pictures, I can capture their addresses and everything. Even I can have the VAT details or the GST registration numbers. What is the payment terms with those vendors, or what is the mode of payment and everything. I can capture those details over here. And along with that, if I go ahead in detail, I'm just like, if I go ahead and talk about in detail about each and every aspect, then it will be like the entire event will be with the Dynamics 365 FNO. So I will just quickly go ahead and have a touch base, and I will just see what are the features which I can see in finance. I can maintain my chart of accounts, I can define my GL budgets, I can define my account schedules. Now what is analysis by dimension? Analysis by dimension is nothing but a synonym or application categorization for your business units or your departments. Based on that, if I want to see the profitability, expense usage, actual budget versus budget comparison, I can define those by analysis by dimensions. If application provides you with a feature of intercompany transactions as well. So if I'm doing any kind of an intercompany, there are two sister companies. Let's say Dynamicity has a process. Dynamicity has a process where in office in Mumbai and in Ahmedabad. So if we are dealing it in with different companies, we can do in that way. Along with that, you can go ahead and you can just have a look and feel about what we can do in manufacturing. We can do the capacity planning, we can do the job orders, worksheets, and I can create the orders over here for the manufacturing orders. We can do the procurement, we can have quotations, then the purchase orders. I can also have blanket orders and everything. We can also generate, so there are certain export level export requirements for the documents and everything about it. Along with that, when we do go into the sales, I can mention my sales customer salespersons, my team, what is my sales budgets and everything. And I can also do about talk about the orders, where what we can, what type of orders we have, the quotations into the Dynamics 365 BC as an application. We can, and I can also maintain a specific pricing for the region. I can also maintain the specific pricing for the customer or a customer group in Dynamics 365. And you have the project management where you can maintain your job projects, which is known as jobs. You can maintain WIP, you can calculate and you can post the WIP, and you can create a sales invoice from the project management and everything. And all these things will go and have an impact directly into your financial statements. Now, warehouse, if I uh, go ahead in details, then you can have a kind of an assembly order, which is just taking up the goods and value mixing it or assembling it and selling it into the market. So those type of orders can be addressed in assembly. We can have the detail manufacturing about the pick and put away, where we have the bins and the sections in the warehouse. And we can also do the inventory counting journals and everything. Basically, if I would say, the Dynamics 365 BC is a complete package for the small and medium sized businesses, which they want if they are looking out. And when we talk about as per the India market, the India market is more consist of small and business organizations, where they will where Dynamics BC plays a very vital role in that. And the resources in Dynamics BC is much more required, and having with the cloud experience with that will be always an added advantage onto it. Now, if I'm sorry, but I'm just going into the nutshell about it. But if I go and talk about in detail, I can go into the deep into the transaction level, and the time frame which we have will be very less for that. So by this overview, I would like to conclude my sessions. And if anyone has any queries or any questions, irrespective in terms of Dynamics 365 BC or an ERP application, most welcome.
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Joshi here.
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Fine, sir. Sir, I am located in a semi-urban area.
Yeah.
And I would like to ask, sir, the software industry, especially organizations like yours, they are very, very, very secretive up to a certain extent. I'm sorry to say that we are not aware exactly how software industry works, because none of your programs and everything comes out in the public, on the public domain, and that creates a gap between the industry and the academics. How do we bridge it, sir?
See, for that, I would say we as an organization, we always eager and we are always keen to have the fresh blood into the our team. Because when we talk about the freshers, we intend and we have initiated, like as a dynamicity, we have one of our platform, Dynamics 3 D365 champs. And the purpose of that particular program is to encourage the young blood, encourage the young team members to come up and build their skills into the new technologies which is coming in. And we right now we are focusing power platforms only on power platforms in D365 champs, but going forward we are exploring it and we are elaborating it. I would recommend just follow D365 champs on LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. You will keep your team will be updated with the new events which we conduct. We almost conduct a event in a week, at least in a week. It could be an exercise.
Okay.
And I would say Mr. Vivek, who is the next presenter, next resource in this, he will be talking more about that. And because he
Okay,
is
sir.
one of the co-founder with that particular event, that team.
Okay, sir. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi.
Participant, anyone having any query, so please ask. Yes, anyone having any query? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supreme ma'am. Thank you, team.
Thank you so much, Ashutosh sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakesh sir.
I am Supriya Jadhav, Assistant Professor of IT Department. Would like to say thank you, Sir Ashutosh sir, for their valuable speech. Sir cover the ERP overview, Dynamic 365 NVA BC overview, features of that Dynamic 365 BC demo. And sir, that demo is very helpful to all the people, and it is very interesting to us. So again, I say thank you to sir, and I hand over this session to Mulani sir. So Mulani sir, over to you.
Thank you, team. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Mulani sir, please start session 5. Mulani sir, are you there?
Hello, Mulani sir. Are you there? Hello, Latane sir. Latane sir.
Mulani sir,
What happened, Mulani?
I think sir has shared PPT.
You are not audible, I think, Mulani sir.
Mulani sir, unmute your mic, maybe probably. We can see your sharing.
Okay, Latane sir, can you please proceed for the.
Okay, on behalf of Mulani sir, I welcome our resource person, Mr. Vivek Patil, who is a co-founder, Dynamis Private Limited, Ahmedabad. So I welcome you, and please accept our virtual bouquet, and I would like to call upon you for your valuable input for our session. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Latane, sir. I'll quickly go and share my screen. Once you see it, just let me know. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I know this is a
I'm not
very
here.
sorry. Someone said, I think. Okay. So I know this is a very busy day, and you're actually continuously sitting since almost a morning and attending sessions. So I'll not get into much of our introduction. Just about myself. Myself, Vivek Patil, and I have been into industry almost for 13 plus years. All these years into Dynamics and the CRM platforms at all. Okay, so what we do as a Dynamicity, we are the Microsoft partners. When we say Microsoft partners, we are Microsoft partners for business applications as well as for any licensing kind of needs. And what we do majorly is we deliver the business applications that could be any CRM or ERP in the Microsoft stack. That's what we are, and you can search about us in the internet and we'll get some more idea about what we do, and I'm gonna present in my next slides as well. So today's agenda will, I'll give you first overview about what is CRM, because I think there are no other stations on the CRM side but majorly on the ERP side, but there is a crucial role which CRM plays in the industry in their day-to-day businesses. So what is CRM? Then I'll take you through the Dynamics 365 overview. What is Dynamics 365? That is a CRM. Earlier it was. Now it is called as a CE. That is a customer engagement. Then I'll take you another area of Dynamics or a Microsoft offering. That is a Power Platform. Then we'll get into the demo of the Dynamics 365, and I'll also take you through the demo of Power Platform and the features. Okay, so this is what the agenda is. Now, what and why CRM? So CRM is nothing but it is a customer relationship management as a business application. Every industry, as everyone has said, that ERP is must, and most of the, and just to go in hand with ERP, most of the industry also needs the CRM systems. Why CRM systems are needed? You you must have come across any of these CRM systems, or you are always part of any of these CRM systems. That there are different CRM systems in the world. Like we have Microsoft, there is Salesforce, there are Zoho, there are so many other CRM systems. Even Oracle has their own CRM systems. Now, what happens? Why they are used? So these CRM systems are used for maintaining customer relations. Now in ERP, if you say why CRM is needed separately when we have the ERP, if you look at ERP and the kind of models they have, they are more on the process driven, as well as they work majorly on the back end of the application. So they are not front facing anywhere to the customers. They are not going and doing any kind of marketing. They are not doing majorly of the operations on the service side. Okay, so how these things can be handled, how these better relations with the customers can be handled. So that is where the CRM comes into the picture. Now what happens with the CRM? Even though you can go and create the deals into ERP, but how to effectively go and close that deals faster, that is where CRM is required. When we have to provide a service to the customers and we have to identify, okay, what are the different products customer has bought, what kind of different services customer has already taken, or that might be requiring in the future. Like it is a preventive maintenance, which is another very much need of the hour now. So that better customer experience, that is a part of CRM. Now what happens? What is the major features? What happens with the CRM? If you look at any ERP, their UI, that's it has so much of information. Okay, but what happens with so much of information if it is being given to everyone? That is not really relevant to all people. So what happens with the CRM? That information is actually simplified in the CRM. Now when I say CRM and ERP goes in hand, so most of the industries where they have the CRM as well as ERP, they always go and integrate these both systems. So the data is available in both the systems. Now whoever use the ERPs, because as I said, ERP are majorly used by the people who are at more at the administrative side or at the organizational side, who manage or who are at the management level. that kind of people, they need the ERPs to get into the more details of finances, operations, and all other things. But the people who are front facing to the customers, like your sales executives, service executives, or the account managers, these people, they are not really interested to working with the ERP system. So that's where these systems are there to simplify their sales, service, as well as marketing processes. Now going ahead, what happens, what is the output of these particular things, or what other things which we can do with the CRM is the we can improve the customer loyalty, because we can see what kind of inquiries, what kind of orders, what kind of invoices, or what kind of opportunities we are getting through the customers, and what are the kind of revenues which we are getting. Based on that, we can go and touch base to the customer. We can give them some comfort, okay, we are there for you and all. So that customer loyalty and revenue can be increased using this CRM. Okay. Now there is a myth that if you start using CRM or ERP system, it will increase your revenue. So it's not like that. But what this ERP and CRM system does, they actually go and streamline your processes. So whatever the scattered, or there are different places, if someone is using Excel, so everyone has their own Excels in their laptops, and when it is required, it is not available for others to use. So that kind of things used to happen in the previous time. That's where these ERPs and CRM systems has come up, that so that the data is at the central place and can be accessed. Now after we improve the customer loyalty, and the major part with the CRM systems, any CRM system, it's not about only dynamics. So we get the insights for the data, or whatever kind of operations or kind of processes that are being handled in that particular CRM systems. So we get that value insights. When I say insights, they are the kind of reports or analytics we built on top of your or okay. Can you please mute yourself? Okay, so why in this part of this one, where this, what are the different type of CRM applications and where they stand in terms of leaders? So Ashutosh has already shown you this particular chart, but that was ERP side of this one. And when I say there are the certain leaders, so Microsoft comes as a part of leading business applications in terms of CRM. At the topmost, we have the Salesforce, and if you see, Microsoft is at the second and third place. So since last almost 5 to 6 years, Microsoft is a part of leaders board in the quadrant chart for Gartner. So this Gartner is you can say the society, or is a mechanism. They go and identify what are the different business applications and where they are, whether they are into challenge or they are niche players or visionaries. So you can see Microsoft is actually always been a part of a leaderboard in this one. Now, what different modules you have already seen? There are different modules of the ERP, like procurement, or say manufacturing, or process industry, or project management. So that way, also when it comes to business applications, there will always be having their different own modules. So what are the different modules for CRM? So it starts with the sales, service, marketing. These are the basic modules. And on top of it, what Microsoft is doing, they are evolving so many other modules in the platform. So which we have the talent. Talent is nothing but your where you can go and have your HRMS operations, as well as certain of the hiring and all things. Then we have the finance operations, which is again integrated with the business central either, or it's with the finance and operation is another offerings. So that's where again you might have seen this project service automation or project operations into finance operations. Before that goes into ERP, this particular part, this module is part of CRM as well, where we can go and identify the project requirements, all the sales related things and all. There is another business application which is for the retail, which actually you can have the commerce site built on top of this particular platform, and we can use that particular platform for customer relations and all. And at the last, once we have all this data with us, what happens, we can get the customer insights from all this data or from different sources. It can be ERP, it can be your local databases or anything. So what happens with the customer insights, you can connect different data sources, and you can identify, okay, what is the customer journey with me, how frequently customer is giving me now orders, how the service level things are going with the customer, with how much happy the customer is. So that kind of all trends can be seen with the customer insights, and we can go and modify our own charts and dashboards using all this data over here, right? So these are all the different business applications or the modules which we can say for the Dynamics 365 CE. Now, what are the different features of Dynamics 365 per module? So we have here the sales. In sales, it starts with the inquiry or the lead that gets converted to the opportunity. Then we go and have the quotations and orders and everything on top of this as a sales. But it's not only about the traditional sales, because nowadays sales is happening on online and there are different platforms like a LinkedIn or any other platform, so they can also be integrated with Dynamics easily. And because LinkedIn has been already acquired by Dynamics, by Microsoft, there is a in-house or inbuilt integration between Dynamics 365 as well as sales with the LinkedIn. Okay, now we can have different contents and all. Now the best part about these business applications is they are mobile friendly. So all these things, whatever you do onto your mobile, onto your laptop or desktop, that can be done onto your mobile as well. So all that mobile sales, you can have all the complete planning. When I say planning means you can have planned activities like what kind of tasks, what appointments or emails kind of to be sent. There's the intelligent dashboards and so many other things are there. And at the end you can actually go and see about how my relations are with my customer through the relationship insights. Now these insights can be through the activities that are coming up with the customer service. There are different features which are available, that is omni-channel. When I say omni-channel means there are different channels from where we can provide the services to the customers, like phone, it can be email, it can be a chat, it can be a AI chatbots and so many other things. So that omni-channel feature is there. Case management with machine learning support that are there. And you might have heard about SLAs, like when you go and complain anything to your service providers, that could be say for your hardware software, so they have specific time that okay, we'll be reaching you by within 2 hours and that, so that are called as SLA. So all that part are this particular customer service. Customer voice of customer is nothing but it is about the okay, can you still see my screen?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So what happens with the customer voice is nothing but a feedback system where you might be getting some SMSs like if you are happy with our service, please give us the stars kind of thing. So that customer voice things are there. And there are some live assist where you can define the chatbots, or you can have live assist where you can go and screen sharing and all these things. With the marketing, you must be knowing about marketing and all. So these are the different features which are there on the part of Dynamics 365 with the project where we can go and have the resource management. Now, when we say resource, what kind of skills that resource has and all, right? Field service is the extension of your service where a technicians will be visiting at your place and they'll be providing your service. They will be giving you the work order. You might have heard about the work orders and all, right? So all that comes under part of field service as a module. Okay, and when we say there is another added advantage with Dynamics is that is a connected field service with IoT. Now you might be hearing more about IoT and all. What is IoT? So it is nothing but there are kind of preventive maintenance mechanisms. There are certain devices they put into our machines or say any equipments which we use, and based on that they always go and collect certain of the information from that particular application. And the moment they find that there is some issue with that particular machines, they automatically create the cases and technician goes and visits to your place. So that kind of features are available with this Dynamics 365. Again, you have already heard about the project service automation and all. Customer insights, as I said, customer insights is more about getting data insights. So what happens over here, we get the data from different sources. We go and match the data based on certain of the parameters. We segment that data, whether this is a customer is what type, what kind of business we are doing with this one. And based on that, we get the 360-degree view of the customer, as well as we can go and